Evaluation Elementary Secondary Work Session is now called to order. Dr. Mackey.
Thank you, ma'am. So what we're going to do, a little unusual, but you know we have all these students in here and the teachers, so I think the students are going to come through right up here at the front behind me, just if y'all want to ask them any questions in just a few minutes before they need to get on then. They're going to go to lunch and get back home. But we don't want to miss this opportunity to have a little Q&A with students and teachers. So the Chickasaw folks are going to come in first, I think. Here they come. Y'all come up around the front here. And then our teacher from, Miss Boland from Auburn is also waiting around. We'll have her for a few minutes. Then we will go into this. Our two presentations today, they're really very short, and we should be able to get on into board member questions before lunch, unless we need to reorganize some of the afternoon for some of you. I know we've got lots of folks with commitments. Y'all come on in and fill in. Okay, it's going to be Q&A time. Where's Mr. Coates? Is he with us too? Oh, he's behind me. I'm going to move around here.
He's the short one.
As I was saying, while you guys were coming in, we just never want to miss the opportunity to be able to ask some students some good questions. So, and I know we only have a few minutes, but first, what I'd like to do is if we could start on that end, and everybody just tell us who you are, what grade you're in, and something about maybe what you want to do after high school, or just share something. So, will you start with us, sir?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tyler. I'm in the 9th grade. The only thing I want to do after I graduate is join the Air Force.
Oh, good.
Thank you very much. You're a veteran. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tyler.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Julian. I'm in 9th grade, and I'm a chairperson at Life Changers.
Oh, wonderful.
Hi, I'm Jemiah Sigler, and I'm the Human Resources Manager for Team Life Changers, and I'm 16, and I'm a junior.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Ariana Campos. I'm in 9th grade. I'm the Quality Control and Life Changers Manufacturing.
Hi, I'm Amoria Davis Six, and I'm actually Vice President of Team Life Changers.
Oh, great.
Hi, my name is Chandra Brazil, and I am a team worker for Life Changers.
My name is Myra, and I'm in the 6th grade, and I'm a member of Team Life.
You're the 6th grade.
Oh, wow.
My name is Corey, and I'm in the 6th grade from Team Life Changers.
My name is Samuel. I'm in the 4th grade, and I'm also a team leader.
Okay, Samuel, you're a senior, so tell us what
Where are you
are
going?
your plans in a few months?
I'm going to the military.
Oh, military.
Navy, you say? Oh, well, the Army missed you.
My name is Ben. I'm the Marketing and PR Manager of Life Changers Manufacturing. I'm a team.
I think we met Ben obviously before, and I'm not sure Dr. Sibley doesn't want to go ahead and offer him a contract for marketing here.
He's super.
Where's the leg?
It's in his office.
It's in the office. They went up, Dr. Hall took them up to the office and they put it up there, so we'll see it at lunchtime. It's gonna stay up there, I think.
I'd like to make a comment about that leg project. I'm a Vietnam combat veteran, and I deal with people with lost limbs nationwide. And I think this project to reconstruct people's lives is a miracle worker. And as you so clearly expressed in your video, it makes life-changing differences. I have many friends that have lost limbs, and I can tell you it's a real disability. And for you to be able to do it at the cost level you are is in fact a great sacrifice. And I don't know it, I know you know how much it impacts lives, but I know personally from friends that have lost limbs and regained their whole self-respect and prevent suicide and all sorts of negative aspects of their life. And what you're doing is remarkable from my perspective. And I thank you very much for each one of you, for your commitment and your ingenuity. It's so impressive to me.
Ms. Sigler?
Yes, would you be so kind, Mr. Coates, and fill us in? Somebody was filling my ear with absolutely great information about your partnership
about that the reason you can keep, and maybe the students can explain, about how you're keeping your costs down. What is it you're doing? And I love that the working together, the community, and bringing in business people and bringing in other entrepreneurs from which you can draw their information and garner, ways of improving. So would you fill us in a little bit on how that developed and how that process is going? Or maybe one of your marketeering people would tell me.
Well, I guess years ago, all career tech teachers are supposed to have an advisory committee. And my advisory committee saw what was going on in the classroom, so my advisory committee actually formed a nonprofit called Skilled Knowledgeable Youth. And it's been in existence for many, many years. But that's where a lot of the funding comes through, is Skilled Knowledgeable Youth. But one of our biggest partners with this project is Dr. Albert Allen. He's Lord of Crofton. He's also the Duke of Touraine. But when he was 5 years old, his dad became a U.S. ambassador into Latin America. So he grew up in Latin America, but he heard about what it is that we were doing through a mutual friend. And he flew in here to Alabama to meet with me a couple of years ago. And Dr. Allen has built 300 churches in Guatemala. He's building hope centers and different things, and he's seen firsthand the need for the prosthetics. And he says, I want to be involved. So Dr. Allen actually is the one that has financed the startup of the company for us. We're using a Markforged Mark II printer. It's a $20,000 printer. So he purchased the printer, and he's actually financing or has funded all the legs to be made. So he has actually contacted Ms. Alvarez, former Miss Columbia, who wants to be a spokesperson for this group of students. And then Paul Tuttle Jr. makes one of the components for us. And that was just out of a fluke. A few years ago we were needing some rubber pieces made. This is when Paul Tuttle Jr., when American Chopper TV series was ending. So I simply called up PJD Designs and said, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what I need. And she says, you have to email advance at whatever. A couple hours later, Paul Jr. texts me back and says, hey, Brian, I'm in. And ever since then, he's been a helper to us. So we sent him material, they cut it, he sent it back, no charge to us. So, a lot of times it's just asking.
Right.
Okay, just asking the business community, they swarm in to help once you ask. And that's the hardest part.
That's right. Well, y'all should just be so proud of yourself, and we are so proud of you. So thank you for coming. I mean, it really meant a lot seeing all those little red shirts coming in the door.
I don't know if anybody else has another question. I have a quick question about the classroom.
Yes.
So you're building the classrooms, and they're going to be solar powered. Did I understand that right?
Right. Well, about 3 years ago, I partnered with 3 other schools. We had Eufaula City Schools. They converted a shipping container into a woodworking lab. Bibb County Career Academy did a small engine repair. My students did a 4-booth welding lab, and Satsuma High School did a computer lab. And we were sending these to Balfate, Honduras. Okay. Now, long story short, the mayor of Balfate, as we were building these things, the mayor called me up and said, hey, can you be in Tegucigalpa on Wednesday? The Minister of Education wants to meet with you. And I'm like, I'm a school teacher. Okay, I'll be there. Okay, so I figured out a way to get there, right? But when I got there, there was a gentleman that met me in the airport. And he says, hey, Brian, come with me. I'm like, I don't know this guy. But he spoke English. And I said, I got to go through customs. He says, no, diplomatic immunity, come on. And all of a sudden there was a TV camera on me, and I'm like, I don't speak Spanish. I have no idea what they're saying, so I just, smile. What do you do, right? But later on he translated for me. He was the ambassador of culture, and he said many of our kids grow up in the very rural settings, houses made out of mud. And the pictures that you saw were pictures that I've taken. But they live in houses made out of mud. And when they're about this age, they start having a dream of a better life. So they will leave their community in search of their dream. They will go to large cities. Now, large cities could be in their country, or they could illegally cross borders, but go to a large city. But they don't have a skill to offer an employer. So they have to turn to a life of crime just for survival. And then they took me away to a secure building, set me down in an office. And in walks the Vice President of Honduras. It wasn't the Minister of Education wanted to meet with me, it was the Vice President of Honduras. Wow. And she actually, when the students took their containers, delivered them that summer, she came out and thanked all students for their help. Because she said, basically when we opened up the double doors of the containers, we provided the community an instant vocational school. And she says this gives our kids skill and hope. So, but you know, the way I kind of view education, you know, we do a good job teaching math, we do a good job teaching English and teaching science, but we don't teach the application. You know, we talk to the kids about changing the world. Well, in my class, I teach them how to use those skill sets, that math, that English, and how I teach them how to change the world using those skills that they've been taught for years. But it's a pleasure to be here and speak with you guys today.
Yes, you should have warned us, and instead of bringing in gifts, we would have been in boxes of tissue. To our hearts, so thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I know y'all met, Ms. Ziegler is your board member.
Yes.
This time next year or after that, Dr. Chestnut will be your board member, because they've moved y'all. I know you don't feel like you've moved, but they've drawn different lines around you, and they're both great ladies, and so we'll get Dr. Chestnut down there.
Yes, Dr. Chestnut.
She'll be back. She'll probably give the tour.
That's right.
Thank
I
you.
look forward to coming to check us out.
Catch up. We keep going. Appreciate y'all. We'll let y'all slip out. And y'all gonna find somewhere to go or something?
Yes.
Appreciate you. That's probably the easiest way out, right behind you. Yeah, y'all just hit that way. Thanks, Mr. Coach.
Bye, y'all be careful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Isley. Sorry, I lost you. They didn't recognize you. Good to see you. Your superintendent wasn't able to make it up today. Dr. Isley, assistant superintendent, got him through the traffic.
Don't never trust I-65.
Yeah, it's hard to plan around it. Okay, here's our Auburn crew. So, I only have one chair to offer unless one of you wants my chair, but as I was saying with them, of course they had some students with them too, but we just hate to miss the opportunity to have a little Q&A with the board. So Ms. West might have, she knows the program, she can explain it, but does Ms. West or any other board members have things you want to point out?
I was going to ask, or was going to just have you give some feedback on working with Habitat for Humanity, because I think that connection, whether it was Habitat for Humanity or Salvation Army or, you know, any nonprofit that is assisting the community, what do you feel like your students are really gaining from that, from building those sheds for Habitat for Humanity? I think we've got 70 Habitat houses in Lee County. I can't remember how many are under construction right now. Two. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, so as far as learning the basic skills and knowledge of the construction industry, our involvement with Habitat has also given our students, it's kind of teaching them the servant heart attitude for life. So not only do we want to, help the industry and get kids, or I guess produce kids with those skills that help them advance in the industry and in life, we also want them to learn how to be a positive contribution to the society. So through Habitat, they've provided opportunities for our students to volunteer on weekends and after school, and it's just been a really beneficial partnership in that aspect.
Super. And most people don't realize that the folks that are building their homes have to, I believe you could tell me, because I know you sit on their board, is it 500 sweat equity hours that they have to put in?
Yes, so it's not just a handout. The family is actively involved in the building process of the house. And you'll see them there after hours putting in so many, most of the time it's beyond what they even are required to volunteer. And then, of course, they help them with the other aspect of financially setting them up for success. So teaching them the ins and outs of the financial process of providing for your family.
Budgeting and all, yeah.
So that's a very important aspect of Habitat, is that we're not just giving it to them and then hoping they fend for themselves. It's we're teaching them the skills beyond just construction that they need to be, provide for their family and have a positive contribution.
What are you gonna do with your $50,000 grant?
Well, I hope to form a company. I kind of want to turn the 50 into 100 and even further. Yeah. So I want to build a company with my program and hopefully purchase a CNC machine that will allow us the resources, the machine to actually create things that we're not able to create with the tools that we have on hand, and we'll create products to sell. And then while the machine's doing the work over there and they're running the business side of the company, we will be framing a tiny house. So yes, I hope to multiply that $50,000 to a lot more money.
And there's more and more talk about using tiny houses to help with the homeless and the vets that are having difficulty. But I have to say, one summer my children, we had during our youth program at church, we spent the summer working with Habitat for Humanity. I never worked so hard in my life. I never sweated so much in my life. I had, blisters on top of blisters, but I learned so much. And when the family moved in, I'm telling you, there's nothing like it.
There's not.
It just, and then you want to go into the next one and the next one. It is. It's an addiction of sorts, the
It
good
really
kind.
is. Yes. So
I
that is
applaud y'all.
Yes, the sweat equity is something that comes with it.
Oh,
Students
boy,
don't
does it.
realize
Right.
the amount of hours that go into painting a house. They think painting it sounds simple, but really, honestly I hate painting because of it. It is hard and it is time consuming, but it's those little details that a lot of people don't realize
That's right.
until they're actually doing it. And then like you said, because they are serving others, they do get addicted to it, and it's hard to pull them back. I'll find myself after hours of school kind of like, all right guys, I'm ready to go home, so let's go.
You find out where they are and you drive by and see how far along they got
Yes.
without you.
Yes, it's been truly fulfilling.
It is.
I would like to,
I'm sorry, I just thought it would take a second and learn who's with you today.
Oh, yeah, right. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sylvia Scape. I am the CTE Director for Auburn City Schools.
Excellent. Nice to meet you.
I'm Wes Gordon. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum for Auburn City Schools.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Drew Morgan. I'm the coordinator of secondary curriculum and professional development for Auburn City Schools.
I'd like to commend you, not only in this project, to exemplify what's good about education in Alabama, because we do get enough negative comments. And it's refreshing to me as a 50-year educator to see how well you represent us, and as a vocational educator particularly. And you, as a young woman, represent the antithesis of what people perceive a construction trades person is. And as a father of a daughter who is in the non-traditional and the traditional male role, that's the kind of example that we need to portray in Alabama, in the press and in everybody. And I commend you and Auburn City for engaging in this project. And it's refreshing to me, and it's exhilarating to see you speak and what you represent for your gender and for education in Alabama and for our universal care for everyone. And I thank you personally for that actions, those actions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Dr. Scaife, I want to ask you a question, put you on the spot, sorry, but Auburn City, and I've mentioned before that these are two, Chickasaw is a very small school district. It's in a mostly high poverty community. Auburn's in a more affluent place. It's a larger school district, but it just shows how success can be spread anywhere. But the question I want to ask you is about the percentage of kids at Auburn High School in career tech. It's interesting to me because a lot of people think, well, Auburn High School, they're just all academic. All their students are going to go to college, but you have an amazing career tech program and have a lot of students in career tech.
We currently have 15 programs, functioning programs. We are spread out on 3 different campuses. We have medical detectives and design and modeling at our 7th grade campus. We have culinary and precision machining is housed on the junior high campus where also engineering and robotics, they're taught there. And then we have the remaining programs at the high school campus. We have maybe about, let me just give you some numbers. We have about 2,000 students on our 10th through 12th grade campus. And of those, about 1,900 of those students have taken at least one career tech course and or enrolled in 2 or more courses currently. So career tech is not a small thing for all city schools. So.
And do you allow, I shouldn't say allow, do you have it where the lower kids, I mean, like middle school kids, can get a taste of what it's like?
Do we? Yes.
Do you? Want to speak to
we just did an 8th grade, our very first 8th grade kind of pre-exploration tour.
That's a good idea.
So we ran it through our PE courses because we could get more at one bang. The PE teachers were wonderful there. So we spent 2 full days because they are on alternating schedules. So we ran through, they didn't see all 15 of the programs, but they got an opportunity to see 6 of them. And our students, our CTSO students, were the ones leading the sessions. So we went through, and it was wonderful. And to mention about the non-traditional roles, in our precision machining and our building construction, our 8th grade girls were chomping at the bit. They could not wait to enroll in those classes.
Yes.
So we're also working with Auburn University's facilities group to do a riveting Rosie, excuse me, in March. Rosie the Riveter. So in March. So we'll be pairing up so they can feature females in untraditional roles.
Raise awareness.
More roses.
Well, speaking of that, I have to say this, because if you ever watch HGTV, you happen upon a little show called Tiny Houses, or Homes, I'm not exactly sure the exact name. But have you ever thought about just having someone contact them? Because you would be an excellent spokesman. And the team, of course, would be excellent as well, but just having the students, I think that would be a dynamite feature and another way to promote their show, because they're traveling. And you could take them to the lake and show them where this house is located now.
Yeah, a little reality show.
Seriously, but you would be excellent in the interview process. And I'm kind of partial going back to promoting Alabama and also Auburn, War Eagle. And I just think that would be a wonderful idea.
I love that, yes.
Yeah, Jeff Lane was on that show, maybe he can give him contact.
Well, he was a, what they call an extra sort of, you know. But they do have some influence, I'm sure. But yeah, so they've been to Alabama before, I'm sure that they will return, because we're always welcome.
That's fun.
I think that'd be fun.
Yeah.
And it would be different, and I like the show anyway, it's fascinating, but looking at what you have as part of your presentation, and what, you know, what you have done with the students.
Well, thank you so much. I kind of like to stand by when you teach an easy, or I guess fun curriculum, and you're with a great team, it's fairly easy to look good. So I'm very thankful to be in Auburn City Schools, and thankful to be with my team, and thankful that Miss Bailey called me on a whim one day when I didn't even know what school system I lived in. So really, I pulled over and I was like, excuse me, could you repeat that again? So, you know, you come to Auburn for Auburn University to go to school, and you kind of go and work in industry, but it brought me back to Auburn, and you don't really learn about the I guess secondary and pre-secondary school systems until you're a teacher or you have kids involved.
What degree do you have from Auburn? I assume your degree's from Auburn.
Yes, sir. Building science, construction management.
And vocational ed, right?
No.
She's the classic case of calling your local university and saying, I'm opening a brand new program at a brand new high school and I need a teacher. And the instructors were so impressed with her as a student, and they said, let me give you the name of this contact, and they hooked this up with her. And so she went through our alternate certification program, and she's one of those teachers.
Thank you for that clarity. That was important. I thought that. So
it was a partnership before I was even a teacher. So,
there you go.
Yeah, we're very thankful for Auburn University being in our backyard. And like Ms. Bailey said, I've had a partner, I guess, relationship with the dean and associate dean since college, and it has got me where I am now. Very thankful for that.
Thank you for that clarity, because I heard that too. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you so much.
You too,
Thank you.
And we can't wait to see the tiny house. Come visit us.
By the way, Lori,
Where are you going? Thank you, safe travels. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Madden.
Amstein? Are we ready? Looking, I've been focused up here. I've not even looked around to see where our team of folks are. But here comes Dr. Ledwell. I know Dr. Sandy Ledwell, who leads Amstein for us, and I will just turn it over to her. What we had done, I'll give her just a quick introduction. I asked her since the last board meeting just to come back and remind you of all the work that is ongoing for especially math improvement, but obviously math, science, technology, Amstein does. You know, we find here that things are a lot more interacting than people from the outside sometimes see them. So for instance, the folks who've just been up here in front of you, that is absolutely the application of math and science and technology. But so yes, this is a career tech program, but we can't separate what we do in Amstein from what we do in career tech. It all works together, whether it's computer science or it's building science or whatever. So we are doing a lot of work. There's a lot of professional development going on to try to help our teachers understand what students need at the most basic level in math instruction. And we just said, Dr. Ledwell, just come and update the board because it's so much information and sometimes we're all overwhelmed by it. So, turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to be here to talk with you today and really trying to take some of the many layers that Amstein has and pare them back and talk really simply and very focused around three particular efforts that we have going on. And last month, if you'll remember from the video, and Dr. Mackey shared in his superintendent's report that under the old model of Amstein, schools had to come on board as a whole school. And with changing needs on the part of our teachers and the fact that there weren't enough of us to make quick progress at going school by school around the state, we recognized that we needed a new model. And so when we built Amstein's strategic plan, we included a part of our model called Amstein for All. And that's really what I want to share with you a little bit about today, about how we rolled that out and why we put that model in place. And so it's really all about the support to the LEAs. And as I mentioned, the fact that we didn't have the capacity at the regional level to go into as many schools as quickly as what we wanted and needed to be able to do. So we wanted to work kind of both ends to the middle, if you will, so that we have some things that are available to all teachers in any school and progressing through that tiered model to things that are more beneficial and more impactful if the whole school will agree to come on together to that professional learning. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. But we moved over to this model in January of 2020. And at our quarterly curriculum and instruction meetings, we worked with districts in an afternoon breakout session for the first time on looking at their individual data. And the data that we used in that meeting was from the spring of 2019, so that summative assessment data. And looking at, depending on the proficiency level, the average proficiency level of the school, which professional learning offering did we have that would be most beneficial for the teachers at that school to go to. So our regional directors, Amstein directors at the individual sites, worked with the LEAs in their region. They developed the summer plans and moving into the fall plans. And we all know what happened in March of 2020. So many of those professional learning plans were derailed at that point. And, we switched over and did some virtual professional learning offerings in the summer of 2020 and then throughout the school year last year. But we're gearing back up to do that same sort of thing
at this January, next month, at the curriculum instruction meeting again. And we'll talk a little bit more toward the end about how we're approaching the data this time, which is a little bit different than the way we did it the first time when we rolled that out in 2020. So 3 things that I really want to leave and impress upon you with today are our coaching academy and coaching support, proficiency scales, and our menu of service. So those are the 3 things that we'll talk about through the slides here. We've talked multiple times about the importance of coaching and that in-classroom implementation of that side-by-side coach of helping teachers implement the things that they learn during the professional learning that they go to in the summer. So one of the things that we have done is developing a coaching academy, and that academy is built on 3 pillars. So when the coaches come to the academy, they learn about coaching itself and what is the whole theory around coaching and what kind of coaching works best. We actually have today going on in Homewood and in Pelham. We have a national coaching guru, Diane Sweeney, who is in with some of my regional directors doing learning labs where they're looking at our coaching model and talking about how that's working well and what could work better with that. But I've been getting text messages all morning that is going very well, and Ms. Sweeney is impressed with the teachers that she's seeing in Homewood and in Pelham, so that's a great thing. The second pillar of our coaching academy is leadership, because when you take a teacher out of the classroom, as you know, and put them in this coaching role, it's a different position for them. So equipping them with the understanding of how do you become a math leader in your school. And then that final pillar is content and pedagogy. So what are those strategies that work well if you're teaching fractions or working with fractions with a teacher? What is that pedagogical content knowledge that really helps the teacher be able to help the students acquire that learning? And as a part of that coaching academy, when we pull building-based coaches in to work with them, we also ask that their administrator come for a 2-day with their coach, a 2-day learning around what does instructional leadership look like in mathematics in the school. And we have an ACLD approved PLU that goes along with that, so that the principals, the administrators come in, they do the 2 days, and then they go back into their school and they develop a math school implementation team, and they talk about they do some self-assessing of their buildings, some assessments from the teacher perspective, from the coach perspective, from that MSIT team, and they look at what are the true needs of the school in terms of mathematical instruction. And then as they progress across the year with subsequent PLU meetings where they come together, they really look at the 8 effective math teaching practices and what do those look like, sound like, feel like when they're going on in the classrooms in your building. And then what do the student mathematical practices look like when teachers are implementing those effectively alongside the content, so that the students are actually doing mathematics and experiencing the mathematics, because that's what our summative assessment calls for the students to be able to do, to actually perform the mathematics. And so what we have found out with that is that by doing walkthroughs with principals and going into classrooms and really looking and listening, is that a lot of our principals, didn't really feel equipped to look at mathematics instruction and know when it was being effective and when it was not being effective. So that is some of the feedback that we've gotten from principals about how valuable, particularly those walkthroughs are, where you can go in and watch a portion of a teacher's lesson and come out and immediately talk about what you saw and what you heard,
and where does it align to those effective math teaching practices? And what student mathematical practices are you seeing occurring in that classroom? So that immediate discussion of what it really looks like. And all of that work across the year leads to the school building a collaborative vision for what does effective mathematics teaching and learning look like for our school. And we, just a few weeks ago, partnered with Talladega County Schools, who have all of their administrators have already gone through this PLU process, and they were able to share with other principals at the class elementary school conference a few weeks ago about how valuable this experience was for them, and share with the group about what their vision for mathematics is. And we were highlighting 2 of the schools where we had teachers in residence last year. And the 2 schools, their visions were very different from each other, but it was the vision for what their individual school needed for improvement. So this is not a one size, let's just put some words on a page that we're going to hang on the wall. This is what are we going to live and breathe when it comes to mathematics education in our school. So we're very excited to have that happen more across the state. What we have currently, as you know, we're in our 2nd year of implementation of the teacher in residence program, and working with all of the principals who have teachers in residence in effect. But also we had a great number of districts who used some of their ESSER funds to hire building-based math coaches. And so we asked those building-based math coaches, or those schools, if they would sign a partnership agreement with us and agree for the principal to come to the principal training, for the coaches, the building-based math coaches, to come through this coaching academy and follow-up coaching community support. And so in addition to those 31 teachers in residence that we're supporting for, this is the 2nd year now, we have 145 elementary building-based math coaches across the state that we're supporting, and 32 secondary building-based math coaches that we're supporting.
Can you say that again?
Yes, I will. So 145 elementary and 32 secondary. So the secondary span grade levels from 6 to 12, depending on what the configuration of the school is.
And remind me, are they concentrated in areas of highest need, or these people?
So the 31 that we, the teachers in residence that we are in the 2nd year of, we targeted the LS1 schools, or the limited support 1 schools. So at the time when those were chosen, those were schools that had between 20 and 46% proficiency on the state assessment. The building-based math coaches that districts hired, those run the gambit.
Sure.
Right, so we have some lower performing schools with coaches, and then we have some others who are not lower performing.
While we're here, before I forget, do you know the participation rate across the state for the coaching academy and follow-up support? So it's great to offer something, but only if people take advantage of it. So do you know the participation rate for all the districts?
Right, so all of those coaches that I just mentioned, the TIRs, the 145 and the 32, all of those coaches are participating. They came through the 4-day academy in last summer, and they are coming to the monthly coaching community support. So all of those coaches are participating. These are the ones who signed the partnership agreement because we wanted to ensure that the coaches were being used to actually coach in the classroom. So we asked them to sign saying, we'll provide this academy, we'll provide these coaching communities. We ask you to protect the time of the person. They're not being used as an assistant principal or a substitute teacher or a testing coordinator or all of those other things. So we do have some other districts who have building-based math coaches who either did not want to enter into a partnership agreement, or they felt like they had the capacity at the district level to support their coaches. So those additional coaches in other districts, I don't really have any data on those.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I'm just thinking about our ACAP scores, and it seems to me that every school district in the state of Alabama could benefit from coaching academy.
Yes, ma'am.
Even the most high-performing districts can always improve. If we look at those math scores, that's very telling.
Yes, and that's our goal, is to be able to roll out across the next so many years the different cadres of coaches who go through. So the coaches that we have right now have all been to Coaching Academy 1. We have a Coaching Academy Level 2 that will offer this upcoming summer. So all of the ones who have come through to this point, they will continue their learning with a different academy next year and a different level of communities next year. And then we have plans for a third academy. So our idea is that we have cohorts that are running through these academies with a level 1, a level 2, and a level 3. And so in the third year, we'll be running 3 different levels of academies concurrently.
Well, I'll be excited to see our scores then for next year, because you'll be able to tell us the districts that use the coaching academy and
Yes.
how we show growth in our mathematics learning. You know, we'll be able to show growth. I expect us to see.
Right, and
We all do.
that's what we expect as well. And particularly that we're able to drill into classrooms where there was extensive support and look at that classroom level data. We're working to be able to do that with the early years assessments as well, because we now have access to that data from those 5 math vendors. So I have a specialist here at the department, Dr. Nikki Johnson, who is pulling those classrooms where we had teachers and residents last year who worked extensively in those classrooms and looking at their beginning of year, mid-year, and end of year, early years assessments. Now that's formative data, of course, and only up to 3rd grade level. But what we're hoping to be able to do is eventually get to the point to where we see that predictive validity of this early years assessment is telling us this information and we did these things to self-correct and here's what we saw on the summative assessment. So that's what we're building toward.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may interject, and what we need to do, and you were bringing this forth, and what we learned today with the 5 National Blue Ribbon schools and the wonderful aspect of our students, there are schools out there that are performing very well. And their scores on the AGAP indicated they're doing well. And they need to be highlighted and their opportunity to bring forth what is working. And they don't need to be duplicated in its entirety, but when you bring forth, this is what we're doing, it might be some point that will talk to you. And this is how I always brought my school to a different level. There was a kernel idea upon which my school needed it. Did it need all of it? No, but that kernel idea is what I needed to bring my teachers and my students to a different level. And so we need to go back and remembering these wonderful blue ribbon schools that were in so many of our areas and the excellence that are going on with those higher performing schools. And they're all over, they're not in any, and ask them what it is that's working for you. Like we have school, you know, like little Sarah Land down in my county, which I'm going to be giving to you too, but they did great in reading and math. Let's go find out and talk to their superintendent, their math curriculum director, and their coaches if they so have it. What is it that's working? And one of the things that, it's the buy-in. It's the buy-in. And the only way you get buy-in is if everybody creates something like you were talking about, the school-based vision.
Yes.
A mission statement on the wall does nothing.
That's right.
But if it's in your heart, because it's designed for us and teaching and addressing, and no matter what school you're in, you're going to have kids that need those specialized resources and interventions. So we need to bring forth those that are doing well and ask them, what is it that's doing, and let us pick at their brain.
I agree completely. In fact, I was meeting with our regional directors just yesterday, and that's some of what we were actually talked about yesterday, is I asked them to come to the meeting with paper copies of, here are all of the districts in my region, here are strengths, here are areas of growth, here are targets that I would like to go out and, not email the principal, but go see the principal and talk about these things. So we had extensive conversation about that yesterday.
Well, and I also applaud, and I will quit after this, but I applaud, like, when we were doing the letters training, there was the administration type, and then there was the teacher. We don't need that. Administrators need to see the exact same thing that the teachers are doing, because that's the only way you can do a walkthrough, and you can be doing those opportunities for your, evaluation and how, and you're not going in to do a gotcha.
Right.
You're going into saying, this is fabulous, but this needs a little tweaking.
Yes.
And the only way you can do it is have strong leaders running those schools that have the respect of their teachers, and they're doing that by walking through and being a part of it, and that we're together trying to find out. And everything should be data-driven instruction.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm done
Yes.
with it. I'm done.
And the resource that you see pictured there on the screen is a fabulous resource for our administrative teams and our MSIT teams, with a lot of tools in there for them to do needs assessments and things at their school level to determine what are the areas that we want to focus in on for growth in our school.
And Sandy, if I may interrupt, help me understand the math school improvement team. Because these acronyms, I don't come from the K-12 world, so I get
This is a new one.
MTSS and MSIT and all the different ones mixed up. So who is on the math? Is it individual for each school?
It actually is. So when the principals are working through this PLU, there are a list of recommendations of, you might want to look at this person, maybe a grade level person. Naturally, your building-based math coach would be on your MSIT. You may have some teachers who are very strong that you want to have on there. You may have a teacher who, you know the teacher in the building that if you could just win that teacher over, then everybody else is going to follow. So you might want that person to be on your MSIT. And we also talk about leveraging teams that you already have in place at the school. So maybe you have a school improvement committee, or maybe you have a team that works on your ASIP, or this team or that team. Look across what you already have going on, and let's see if this can be a subset of one of those teams, or but really it is customized at the school level. So that composition of the team depends on what the school needs.
Now, will they determine the data and the
Yes.
assessment that's used and
Yes,
all that
now
sort of
in the
thing?
PLU, we do ask them to use the needs assessment that is in this resource that you see there. But in terms of like data, so we have different schools. One school might have iReady benchmarking data or formative assessment data, and another one might have Renaissance STAR data. So they're looking at the data that they have available to them for choosing areas of growth, for choosing content strands that appear to be weak overall in the school, for choosing, what are we doing for students that need to be progress monitored, and how do we even hold mathematics data meetings at our school, because that's different, and a lot of schools are not accustomed to having a mathematics data meeting. So what are some protocols that you can use when you're wanting to have that kind of data meeting? So really, again, going back to on our end, we've been working very hard at being customer driven, and not going out with a scripted program of, here, we know what you need, here it is, all canned. It's really, here's what we know, and here's what we have, all the pieces, the menu that we have. Now let's build your plan for your school based on what we have that we can do.
One of my schools, Amstad went in and helped them, and they drilled down into the ACT data and found out where the students in their school were weak on the math ACT portion. And then they were able to determine which standards in our math course of study those weaknesses related to, and then could drill down into, this is a 5th grade standard.
Right.
So we need to go back in 5th grade and find out, you know, where is the weakness? What are we not doing that these students need so that later on, years later, then they can perform better on the ACT. So if, for example, an MSIT, if they came to you and said, we don't have access to this ACT data. We need this to be able to do this for our school. Do you at the State Department, you would provide that for them?
Well, typically they have access
okay.
to deeper
Okay.
level data than we have access
Okay, well, excellent.
to.
So as long as they do.
But I will tell you about, in just a minute, about one of the new approaches that we have to looking at data from the ACAP summative from last spring that we think is really going to be beneficial. And so this is a new thing for us, a new way of looking at it for the first time that we haven't ever had before. And that's really thanks to Maggie, and I think she's back there, Maggie and her team. I saw her earlier.
I'd like to make a comment. I haven't heard you speak to parental involvement. We've seen nationwide, and particularly in the areas that I have, parents who have felt alienated and left out. And I know we have a great professional staff and all the content that you relate to. But in my experience as an administrator and a parent, if you really want to make progress, if you talked about the client is the student and the parent.
I agree.
Not just the teacher. And I haven't seen, maybe you're gonna come up with that, but when you talk about the math school improvement team, in the area that I live in, District 8, if you don't involve those parents and they feel alienated, you're losing. You're not gonna be successful. And we've seen it on some nationwide events and certainly in districts that I relate to. I get calls more from parents who feel alienated and they look up me from various sources and they call me as a school board member and said, do you represent me or do you represent the school? And I said, I represent you. And I think that we need to model our efforts to make sure we put the parents and that constituency as a highlighted feature, not as an adult.
I agree with you completely. And so we started back about a year ago looking at family success guides, but I kept going over in my mind exactly what you were talking about and the fact that we were really still being school driven at establishing or building resources that schools could use to work with families. So, you know, and in thinking, I think about the success of our students all day, every day. I mean, that love might leak out of my eyes in a minute if I think about it too much, so I won't. But when you think about reading and you think about math, now I'm in elementary and early childhood background, so I've taught both. And we have done a really good job over my career of talking to families about reading. Read at home with your child. Read at home. Read for 15 minutes every night. Read a book every night. And when we think about over this pandemic and the fact that if parents were not able or comfortable to do anything else, they could pick up a book and read with their children.
Well, I think the same thing applies to mathematics.
I agree.
And I'm focusing on mathematics because I have referenced anecdotal stories in my own family where children have not seemed to perform in mathematics and the parent determined some of those deficiencies and looked at resources within our family and within their neighborhood to augment and overcome those children's successes. Because I don't think that anyone understands the child better than the parent on a daily basis. And I understand the reading concept, but we're talking about mathematics too. And and I know there's always this mystique about mathematics and difficult, but it's not. And the new curriculum, and I spoke heavily on our new curriculum about the need to go back to some basic functions in mathematics and involving parents. And we had instances in our family where we remediated children using flashcards and the fundamentals. And the parents can do that because we're talking about early intervention. We're not talking about, we're talking about K through 3. If we're gonna reach the benchmark to promote in the 3rd grade with mathematics competency or language arts competency, we have to involve more than the teacher who exposes the child for a very period of time and the family controls the rest of the time. And I wanna see a model that more appropriately approaches the resources, the extensive resources that extend beyond the school, and that is the family.
Well, that is actually what I was wanting to talk to you about, that we're really excited about. There's some very simple things, simple daily routines that we can get families involved in, like if we're all sitting around the dinner table, how many legs are at this table? How many hands, how many fingers? So just some very simple things that don't require a lot of tools, but can really build that early numeracy. So we're going to be putting out some of these things in January at the CNI meeting, a very simple, family-friendly recommendation for a daily numeracy routine, along with a calendar that we'll release monthly. And so for the February calendar, for every day in February, there'll be a recommendation for, on February 1st, go look in the egg carton and how many eggs are missing out of the carton. Those kinds of simple things.
Well, if you're using the Sesame Street model, which is very effective in the children watching and having practical application, and mathematics does not have to be a mystique.
Right.
It has to be a daily function that we have to deal with. And I agree with counting the eggs and the tables and all of those things. But I think we need to make the parents feel that they're partners, that they're more than partners, they're the essential component in us teaching children. And if we do that, we will have better test scores, more than even these academies.
Yes, I agree with you completely. And in talking with Bonnie Short and others, with really looking at, because she's keenly interested in the working with families as well. So we're looking at how can we go directly to families. So going into the pediatrician's offices and other places where families are routinely, where they go with their children. So what can we put in partnership with some of those community agencies like the Pediatrics Association?
The health department.
Exactly. So more coming
DHR.
on that. Yes, exactly. More coming on that very soon. But that is one of our next big areas of focus, to try to engage the families in that work.
Do you mind sending us, all of us, the daily numeracy routine guide that you put out?
Yes, as soon as we finish
When
it.
you finish
Yes,
it,
I'll
will
be
we get a
glad
copy?
to. Yes, and that was one of the things I was going to ask you guys, if you could help be partners with us in distributing information in places where you go, and garnering that support from community agencies.
Well, I would love also for our legislators to receive a copy, because I think that could help them really show our team effort and commitment to improving in mathematics. And lately, I've engaged with them a little more than normal, and that's something that they've asked for, is both representatives and senators have asked for something tangible that they can talk to people about, that we are all, working together toward the benefit of our students. So I would love to see them also collectively receive, not just the education committees.
Right.
What they do with it, I can't control, but I'd love for them to have it.
We can make sure that happens. Be happy to do that.
And you don't want to forget the Boys and Girls Clubs. They do
Yes.
a tremendous, they never closed during COVID. They were the schools that were out there, and they are tremendously involved. And I think they'd be a huge, so I was there one day visiting, and school bus after school bus, just dropped the kidlets off and they had them beautifully, into where they needed to be, so.
And our
Boys and Girls
STCs that have schools housed inside the STC, I could see this being enormously beneficial because those children really do need a lot of additional support. So that, I love the idea of the daily numeracy routine. I mean, I just think that would be huge.
And we've already reached out to Dr. Cooper at DECE, and she is, we will have a meeting with them right after the first of the year. So they will be able to leverage some of the partners that they have as well that we don't currently interact with, so.
Going back to what Mrs. West said about the legislature, there is a very real threat at this point, and a lot of discussion about changing in great, top to bottom, in great detail, even more so perhaps than what they've done with reading and literacy. And I think that it would be certainly beneficial for us not just to even, but yes, do what you requested, but beyond that, they need to be engaged and hear what you're sharing. And I think part of what has been discussed with the parental involvement is key in that we probably all have received contacts from parents, and a lot of it is certainly at the lower level, and that's where the Department of Early Childhood Education has a great deal of impact, and they've been implementing programs that are online and to the hospitals and so forth. But at the higher math level, especially the middle school level, where you start introducing more fractions perhaps in elementary school, well, not perhaps, but yes, that needs to be, as you know. And when we had the two-year colleges, the prison institutions were in my district, and I was in the touring, seeing what was happening there on a regular basis. And the biggest deficit in terms of math in particular had to do with fractions. And as we go through the process, yes, it's beneficial. I have a daughter who's a pediatric dentist, and they provide a lot of educational opportunities for children through that outlet. The same with another daughter who's a hospital pharmacist. And so they key in on, especially when she was here in Montgomery, they had just things in the waiting area when they would go to pick up refills or prescriptions. But all of that is to say you can do that, but until there's that partnership, that connection with the classroom, the teachers, the school itself, and certainly the parents, if they're involved, and hopefully they will be, are involved with their children's education, that connection is crucial because the teacher sees them for how many hours during the day. And for the most part, they will be the other part of this puzzle that knows what that child needs. And there has to be a better system of connecting. Some schools do it better than others, as you well know. And that seems to be key in areas in particular where there are deficiencies and where expectations would normally be low, but the result is higher than most people would imagine. Just looking at the picture, but because of that key connection. And I think that's what in so many areas we're missing. And perhaps that's what you're talking about with these teams and the coaching and bringing the teachers into that involvement. But that is key, I agree. That connection with the teacher and the family, the child. And then even as they go to the next grade level, perhaps there's a connection in some of these schools where the teachers talk and they perhaps connect with what child needs, perhaps some more push,
right,
help. But that seems to be key. Yes, I do agree with putting things out there, but making it happen really is that connection with the school, the teacher, and what the child needs.
Right, and that's, so another one of the things that I had not really planned to speak about, but one of the things that we have developed is almost like a family night in a box, I would call it. So
we've developed this procedure protocol so that a school can take this packet and literally put on a family night centered around mathematics. So it tells them, gives them ways to advertise the family night. It gives them suggested activities for each grade level in the school where, when you have PTO meetings and that kind of thing, where you could have a rotational event where parents cycle through different classrooms with those activities. So some schools and districts do, my own children, their district, they do those sorts of things already, but there are other districts who we have found don't really have the capacity to put those on. So we've put that together for them so that hopefully they can just open it and put it into practice. Another one of the things that I don't have a slide for to show you, but I did want to make sure to mention to you, is that as we've been looking at the ACAP summative data from this last spring and really drilling into not just the proficiency levels of each school, but looking at the content strand data and how are schools performing in the individual content areas, in fractions or in this, or operations and algebraic thinking. And what we found is that in all of the grades in elementary school, 2nd through 5th grade, that one content area is either the highest point strand, like students earn the most points on ACAP for that year in that strand, or it's the second highest strand. And that is geometry and measurement. But with geometry and measurement, in most district pacing guides, those standards usually fall after testing. And so if you imagine, let's think about a 2nd grade student sitting in our 2nd grade classrooms right now today. They'll have the test coming up here in just a few short months, and maybe their pacing puts geometry and measurement after testing, so they won't have any instruction here in 2nd grade. Last year, we all know what happened with in and out of school and, virtual and not, and in person and not. And then, so that was their 1st grade year. And then their kindergarten year is the year where we closed in March. So if it's at the end of the year in pacing, then they didn't have it in kindergarten either. So when we were really looking into that and the ramifications of that started sinking in, we sat around the table like this and brainstormed what is something that we could do to be almost a triage kind of thing, to give the students, particularly 2nd grade, but all elementary grades in intervention kind of thing with geometry and measurement. So if you're familiar with in elementary schools field day events where in PE you rotate from station to station and you hula hoop and get a smiley face, and you jump rope and get a smiley face. So we're in the process of developing station cards or task cards that are aligned to the standards in geometry and measurement for 2nd grade through 5th grade that will allow a school to have a rotational event like a field day where the students can cycle through these different tasks and activities prior to testing so that it gives them some exposure to those activities before they go into that testing setting. And what we've discussed with regional staff is, some schools in the regions, we could just hand them those task cards and they're good to go. But then there are other schools where it would really benefit our regional specialists and regional staff and state staff to go into those schools and help them put on this rotating event. So we're calling it a geometry and measurement student experience, kind of like our ACT student experience at the other end of the spectrum. So we'll be talking with districts about that in January at the CNI meeting, and then hopefully pushing out a lot of those opportunities in February and March So, you know, stay tuned on that. We'll let you know if we have any of those scheduled in your areas, and would love for you to come and be a part of
And I
those.
hope when we deal with parents, we avoid education evils.
Yes,
Just like somebody
absolutely.
commented about your acronyms, and
Yeah.
I've been 50+ years in education, and I get confused sometimes in remembering which sequence. Because I think sometimes our educators and our teachers and our administrators have to be more confident in their own capabilities to involve the parents. Sometimes parents are left out because sometimes the administration and the teachers are not secure enough in themselves that they can trust, that they feel that they can involve and trust and involve the parents. And I'm seeing that more and more every day, literally. Where parents are looking at, and it happens as a part to distance learning, parents began to see what we were doing in schools and frankly are not satisfied. They're not satisfied, and some in my area think they can do a better job, and they may be right. And I think if we move forward, it's nice to have all these programs, but we have to redirect and listen to some of this input and involve parents in a direct way. And the example you used about the field trips, parents are involved
Right.
in all of these activities.
Yes.
So you can involve the parents in understanding the concepts you're involving, so they know it's not just inconsequential, that you're sequencing and using measurements. Because when we had a presentation last month, the concept of measurements and practical
Yes.
skills were brought to our attention by a very significant group in our state.
Yes.
And I think that the idea, I will reiterate, the involvement of the parents, and it's our responsibility. My responsibility as an elected member and as an educator to recognize the skill sets. It may not be obvious that the parents have skills that they can apply. You may not understand that that person may be a custodian or an engineer, but they can be instrumental in making the difference.
Agreed.
I believe we're at a pivotal point in education in Alabama. Parents and the public will be patient with us up to a certain point because of the pandemic. And as terrible as the pandemic was and still is, one good thing came from it was that we got funding. So we can't use money, not having money as an excuse.
Right.
We have ESSER funds, we have money, we have programs, we have people in place, but I really believe the public is going to hold us accountable. They are tired of being at the bottom, they are tired of low scores, and I'm hopeful that these supports we have in place and the funding will work together to help scores rise. I don't like being at the bottom, no one does.
No one does. And so I'll mention this briefly because the next thing is what I really am pinning a lot of hope on that I'm excited to share with you.
Sandy,
So,
one
yes.
second before you move on to that, you had mentioned that geometry and measurements were the highest scores, like for content.
They were, so if you look at the content areas for each grade level, they are the ones where there are the most points available. So like
And deficiencies.
so like in second grade, I believe it's 16 points. So students can earn 16 points for the geometry and measurement problems, and that's more points than any of the other content categories.
So we are aligning our pacing documents to match.
So yes, we are working on getting all of that together. Yes,
I have
ma'am.
another question. Did I hear you say that the support is available to those that commit, or is this support available to everyone?
So this one would be available to anyone who needs the support. So this would be part of that AmSty for All piece of our matrix. The only piece that is available to those that we're talking about, the agreement, where we ask them to sign the agreement, that's for the coaches. Those coaches that were funded with ESSER funds, we asked them to sign a partnership agreement to if they're going to come to the academy and to the communities, that they would also agree on their end that that person's time would be spent in classrooms, in with teachers, coaching, and not actually spent in an administrative capacity that wasn't directly impacting the teacher's classroom.
Let's say you had a school or a school system that has a great need, but they won't commit.
Are you talking about for coaching?
The need is still there. You know, is there a plan to override and let the needs of the students become the priority?
So, I'm following what you're saying completely. If there's a coach in that building, that would be the first thing, because remember, we didn't, for those who are signing that partnership agreement, they hired the coach. The district hired the coach. We didn't hire the coach on our end. And so the coach, the district then would be in the driver's seat about whether they wanted the coaches to participate in the academies in the communities.
So there's no consideration with the data of the students as it relates to the level of support?
On our end or on their end?
Both.
So on their end, I don't know that I can really speak to their decision-making process for whether they have a coach or they don't have a coach, or they want to have that coach supported, or they feel like they have the capacity to support the coach. So, I mean, we could talk about specific schools and specific school needs. On our end, we do look at the data of the school. We look at our primary reason for wanting to enter into a partnership agreement is that we know that the legislators are going to be looking at those schools where we're putting where these building-based math coaches are and where we're putting the support. So if we have a coach in a building that AMSI is supporting, but they're not really being allowed to coach, they're being asked to do administrative things, but we look at their data, it's going to show that this coaching support and coaching academy doesn't make any difference. And so part of that desire to enter into that partnership agreement was to ensure that this whole coaching model is protected and done with the fidelity that we need it to be done with, so that we can use those results to say, coaching does make a difference, and here's why we would like to have additional funding to roll this model out to more buildings.
I have a comment. Even if that coaching model does not work, would we not end up working with those schools through the comprehensive support interventions that you all do, CSI? Would those schools not be identified at that point, and we would go in and assist them even though they may not be a part of this program?
So what she's trying to say from the other end is,
Yes.
if we don't pay for their coaching,
Correct.
they don't have to take MSTI services.
Correct.
So we
Would we not get them on the other end though,
Correct.
if they're
So-
identified?
So, well,
with CSI?
yes, but they do not, I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm speaking from the other side, that's part of LEA control, whereas the funding that is put towards your reading coaches and the requirements of what they have to do, that's totally different from the AMSTI model, besides that 3 million that the legislators gave us, plus our ESSER funds. If they use their ESSER funds, there's, at the end of the day, no. Now
I wasn't asking about the
Okay.
coaching. I mean, when they're identified.
So one of the things, if they're identified as a CSI school, lowest performing 5%,
Yes.
in the
Yes.
federal definition,
Right.
then yes, we go in and provide through Dr. Melissa Shields and OSI a lot of support. And she will rely on Dr. Ledwell and also Ms. Short back there with ARI to help build those protocols. But even then, if that CSI schools, if they don't take ownership of it, and they say, well, you know, we're gonna do it our own way anyway, they may stay in the bottom 5%, but no, there's not a provision for us to like force them to hire a coach. Now, in fairness, let me say that the vast majority of those schools we go into, they're open arms. They wanna know what can you do to help us, but in the case that they don't, I think gets kind of at the heart of Dr. Chestnut's question. No, we don't have a way to force them. One of the things that we've asked for, in your budget request you asked for, is money from the legislature for math coaches that would be funded through this department. And if we did that, then they would be like ARI coaches, where we sign an MOU with the district and the superintendent has to say, this coach that the state's paying for will spend 100% of their time coaching math in these schools, because it'd be 100% state funds, and that is what we do with ARI coaches, and that's what we've asked for. We asked for enough money for 200 schools,
Yes.
232 or 220 schools to start, and our plan is that we would start with the lower performing schools on math. So we'd have 220 schools of some configuration of K-5. They would get a coach. They would have to agree to use that coach as a coach who would, yet they work for the district, but under the agreement, they have to participate in all these modules. They have to participate in the training. They have to spend so much time in the classroom. And just to go back, to remind y'all that we actually asked for this my first year, and if the legislature had funded the first year, half the schools in the state would now have a coach, because we asked for a 6-year implementation, but we've not gotten anything yet. So we still have it broken down as a 6-year implementation, but if it doesn't start until the fall of 22, and I will say, I want to be positive about everything, but that is my perennial frustration. Like, we asked for it, and we have a plan for it, but if we don't get the coaches, we can't, we can do what we can do, but we can just only do what we can do if we don't get the funding and the coaches and the support to really push the plan out statewide, which is what we want. Which is why we took the TIR money, that's federal money, and we're committing 4 years of supporting that. Unfortunately, I think we would have had really good data to look at right now from last year, except that those TIR coaches went into the most difficult schools, many of which were remote a lot of last year. And so they really, even though they were there, it was definitely a building year. This year will be much better. But I just can't say enough what I believe in the coaching model. Those coaches can, teachers are completely overwhelmed and always have been, and are more so now. And a math coach who's in there, who's looking at that data, who is saying, well, wait a minute. All of our 4th grade sections are low in this component of the ACAP. And so now what do I do to help my teachers that I'm coaching build that? How do I change locally our sequence, our curriculum map, so that we're not teaching those lessons only in May when we know things kind of begin to slip. So the coaching is the key. I know I'm preaching to the choir, and y'all know that, but I don't want all the board to feel like, because you took a plan to the legislature 3 years ago for this, 4 years ago. We just are still building the support for it, and I do think we've talked about it. I've stood up in legislative hearings and talked about it, but we are, as y'all are pointing out, we've got to think even more about how we communicate it, because I've been in a legislative hearing and talked about plan for math coaches, the importance of coaches, and within 24 hours been asked by legislators who were in the hearing, questions that I'd answered the day before. And so And so, I mean, I'm not blaming that on them. They've got lots going on too. I have to come back and think, okay, how do we do this in a way that it sinks in deeper and deeper and deeper so people understand what we're talking about?
Dr. Mackey, but taking on what Ms. McRae said, and you talked about what we didn't get from the legislature, we've gotten even more than that in the ESSER money. And I've asked you before, they submit plans to us, and if we look at math, it's a major deficiency in Alabama at every level. And if we approve their plans, if we don't have any discretion in directing them to solve our major problems, we as a board and we as a governing agency are missing out. We either have to explain to every constituent and every student and every parent that their school system has not prioritized what they as parents are prioritizing, including the school board, the Alabama School Board Association, and others. If we're approving ESSER plans, and we're not looking at the focuses that you say we didn't get funding from the legislature, and I accept that, but the federal government has overridden and provided much more money than even we asked for in the legislature. So I don't personally accept that as a rationale for me to excuse my school districts and my parents of why we're not emphasizing math. Unless you're telling me we have no way to informing people or using the massive amounts of ESSER funds, even though they're 3 years, to address this issue. I think it's critical that we address this issue. I saw a recent article that was in AL.com where they focused on systems that were overachieving despite statistical elements that would prevent them from achieving, but they are. And I applaud those, but I want to see that in a more extensive role, using the massive amounts of funds, because I'm getting approached because they know how much money is coming in. I let them know how much money is coming into our systems. That is new money, that really some of the systems and some of the administrators got a gift of money and didn't quite know what to do with it. I think I could tell them what to do with it.
And some of them are using it to hire mathematicians.
But not all of them. I don't want it to be some. I'm talking about the preponderance of systems.
May I say something?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the duties, the responsibilities by law, and I know you know, is for this board, is to come up with legislation. That's part of our responsibility, and it's in the law. It's not something that we have to wait on the superintendent. It's something that this board itself, I've been involved in it over the years. I know that that's something that we need to do. And it was quite effective in the past where we don't just send the superintendent, but the board is there. The board came up with a plan. The board has a strategic plan. The board comes up with legislation. The board takes on the one role, one of the roles. There aren't many that are defined in law, but that is a major part of our responsibility as a board, is to come up with legislation. I just read this morning where the Missouri State Board of Education is coming up with their legislative proposal. It's not the superintendent's legislative proposal. And I know the superintendent. I serve on an executive committee with her. But the bottom line is the board, the Missouri State Board of Education has taken that. That's just one of many. And if you look at your emails where you have little, snippets of stories, other states are gearing up to present their legislative proposals as a state board of education. It's not the department and it's not the state superintendent, it is the state board of education. And they're all different sizes. Most of them are a mix of appointed, elected. It's not just one group, but boards across this country are taking the lead, and that's what this board must do. And as a part of a board that started AMSTI back in 1995, I saw AMSTI grow, just like we saw the original ARI grow, and it worked. And we saw our test scores rise. We saw Alabama recognized for some of the best standards in the country, and also the progress in the schools among students, the connection with the parents, we didn't have a lot of federal funds that were just thrown at us, and those are temporary, as you well know.
Yes, ma'am.
And we have to be very careful about relying on those. We have to build that support at the state level through the legislative process. And the secret, I believe, and what I've seen in the past, is do it through the board. Take the leadership role that we have been given according to the state law and use it. Don't rely on other people. We can use the person we hire as the state superintendent, certainly. But the board's responsibility by law is to come up with a legislative proposal, stand by it, garner the funding, which we have done in the past. When we released that, and when there was a transition in 2010, that's when not only did the test scores go down, but that connection with the board and the legislature that we had built. Because when I was first elected, we didn't have that, but there was this new excitement, and we connected with legislators and with the governor at the time. But we kept it going for a long time. And then as things changed, the state board sort of relaxed, and we also were pushed back. So it wasn't just the board. And you know, because you've been here.
That's when I came on here.
Yeah, and so it's a totally different situation at this point, but the board can change that. And if we want to do something in this state, we just have to do it. And that's where it's our job. And as we listen to what's happening here, we can throw out all sorts of great ideas, but unless we take that leadership role, unless we see the things that parents are demanding change, you know, we hear it from teachers and parents. Some of the standards have been frustrating. That's a part of this whole picture, and I know you're getting to that. But one thing we don't need to do is to give up a whole, when you start talking about reading, this board has not been as involved as it has been in the past and should be now in reading. We're having to rely on an outside group and listening, and then we're asked to approve things. We have AMSTAR right now. We have the potential for this board to take the lead. We don't need to let the legislature take it away from us in this next session.
They're going to.
And they will, because they think they'll get some political points. Political points do not help children. And that's where we have to take that lead. And I have seen it over and over, and I'm at a point in time where if we don't do it now, we'll just be sitting here listening to presentations and approving wonderful resolutions. You will not be sitting here next year. We'll have a totally different picture, and we'll have to listen to an outside group tell us what we're supposed to approve. And until we do that, until we take that lead, and I do appreciate everything you're saying, but we have to, as a board, get behind you. We have to change the things that need to be changed. We don't need to turn it over to an outside entity. We don't need to rely too much on these federal funds, but we need to start building a state support from the legislative arena because of a good program that people can get behind and support. That may be tough at times. We may have to change standards and I'm not saying that everything is wrong with all of the standards, but we still hear problems, not just from parents, but from teachers who have concerns about standards. I think about my Vestavia Hills High School group of teachers. We approved some standards that they know are not in the best interest of a school that has had in the past the #1 high school math team in the entire country, because we presented awards in the past. This board did. That hasn't happened recently, but it can again. And until we take the lead, I keep on saying it, I'm not going to repeat myself anymore, but I do think ESSER funds are there to help, as long as there aren't strings attached, that old saying. If they tell us what we have to do and we know it doesn't work, don't do it. But if in this next legislative session, we may not have that opportunity to take the lead anymore. We may be sitting off to the side, making little decisions about things that where they're making the big decisions with this outside group that, again, because of the law, we're required to approve a few things here and there. But anyway, that's my frustration as we go through this, because I have seen it. And we're probably at the lowest point we've ever been since my tenure on the board. I started out covering this board as a newspaper reporter, so I've been watching this board since the 1970s, writing about it, coming as a parent, and then serving on this board because I was motivated to make a change, and we did. And Amstad was a part of that change. I remember in Anniston was the first time that the committee this board appointed made that report. And it grew and it was successful. And then it just sort of slid away. I don't want that to happen. We don't have much time. And I know that when I go to meetings that are at the national level, I don't apologize for Alabama. But I do talk about what we have been able to accomplish and what we can accomplish. And I get ideas from other states, but the fact is that we can take the lead and we can come up with our own successful programs. But anyway, that's my speech, and I'm really frustrated. And I don't want to hear any more about just going and talking to the little groups of, legislators here and there. It helps, but this board will have a much more powerful impact than one state superintendent living in one area of the state, because we each have our own constituencies. And so many of our areas are much larger than even the largest state senate seat district. So anyway, that's my speech, and I hope I'm not having to listen to someone from the outside speak to us next year at this time. I pray that it is that you're here to tell us about the great success stories.
Well, we sure are pounding the beat to make sure that happens. And I won't belabor this slide because you guys know what our professional learning offerings are. But there is one more thing that I want to share with you, and my team probably back here are rolling their eyes because they know that everywhere I go I'm talking about these. And I would like to ask you to help me talk about these wherever you go to, because I really feel like these are the key, not just for math, but for all content areas. And that's our proficiency scale. So I want you to imagine with me real quickly, on the side, I enjoy archery. So I love bows, arrows. So I want you to imagine a target where we've got the bullseye in the middle and we're shooting our arrows and they're going all over the target. That's kind of where we've been in the past. And now I want you to imagine that we have another target where the bullseye is here and we're consistently hitting out with our arrows. They're in a pattern, but the pattern is down here. So we're still not hitting the mark. We're being consistent in our teaching, but we're not hitting the mark. And then imagine, the target where we are hitting our mark. That's what proficiency scales are going to allow us to do. They allow us to be not only consistent, but hit the level of rigor that we need to hit. And we are in the process of going all over the state doing these proficiency scale trainings and professional learning opportunities. I've done 2 or 3 in the last month, and everywhere I go, it's an aha when they look at these scales of, oh, now I know why we're scoring where we are. And here's a picture of one. You can find them for all grade levels for both math and science, in addition to digital literacy and computer science on the Amstad website. But what I want you to focus in on is that level 4, that level 3 that you see on this screen. Level 3 is our target. That is grade level content. Whereas this level 2 on this screen, that includes all of the prerequisite skills and knowledge that students have to have in order to be successful with level 3 content. And so what we're finding is that by and large, our instruction has been at this level 2 on the proficiency scales. We're not pushing up into that level 3. And in order for our students to be successful, on ACAP summative, but more importantly, in mathematics in their lives, we have to get them pushed into level 3. So that's our message that we're taking out all across the state. If you could help us take that message out, ask them to reach out to me to find out about proficiency scale training offerings, because I fully believe that when we get these in place, and there's a lot of research behind it, I can talk all day about them and would love to talk to you on the side if you're interested in more information. But when we get these in place, large scale, and teachers are using them consistently, we're going to see big changes. So
How do you
that's it.
choose
Thank
the,
you.
over on the side where it has engage in your instructional materials and?
So some of the materials, the sample activities on the side are open resources that are available that drive toward that particular standard.
So like the ORI, open those resources?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
College.
Have they been vetted as adequate and
Well, they've been
proper
vetted in
instructional-
terms of individual specific lessons. So that link for that particular one is a specific lesson
For
that
only that
goes
3.0
to
and-
standard 3.13.
They have
I know it was.
Not
They do have
overarching
excellent
for the whole.
It was used in Euclid,
Yes, ma'am.
and I haven't heard the best things about it. That's why I wondered how you select.
Well, we work with other states. I know when the pandemic hit, CCSSO pushed out, and Excel and Ed pushed out several different open education resources and engaged in. And again, when you look at it as a whole curriculum, no, there are standards. It doesn't. There's nothing, and so we have to. I had personal, feelings, but when you look at what those areas are, and you can't find an individual lesson. That is a huge, and I was tickled to hear Mr. Copes mention, one of the first schools he partnered with was Eufaula, because, the things that kids are doing, but the biggest thing though with the teachers, and he mentioned that, is that my daughter's 4th grade teacher, I said, if every teacher at every grade does that because they're not there, then by 9th grade, they're still maybe on 6th grade. And so this not only provides the visual of what it is, but it keeps them from going back into and having to figure out, well, what skill do I teach? And I don't have anything for intervention or just an additional family lesson. So, and nobody has to use it. We don't make anyone, but what we find is without something that does align, even if it's an individual skill, teachers are so bombarded that they struggle, and we're trying to provide resources.
They'll resort to using whatever adopted text they have from start to finish, rather than looking standard by standard and choosing the appropriate resource for that particular standard.
Sandy, when I was asking about the content, so measurement geometry is the largest, like 16 points.
Mm-hmm.
What over all the state, and I know, and I appreciate that you're doing individualized
Right.
schools, but over all the state, do we know the weakest areas, the ones that, and by grade, and then are we aligning PD like mega conference? Y'all are probably already talking
We
about
have already
mega.
started, yes.
So I hope what we're doing is going and finding out where the lowest scores were, which content areas, specific content areas, and then offering planning mega so that we hard hit those lowest areas. Because clearly, either the resources weren't there, or the teaching strategies, or
Right.
something is
Or
not
we're not at the level
connecting.
of rigor that
Or
we
we're not
need
at
to
the level of
be.
rigor, whatever it might be, and y'all can diagnose what the issues are. But I hope that we're targeting, when we plan our PD and our in-service centers and at Mega, that we're targeting those weakest areas.
Yes, well, I have 2 people who are spending pretty much the rest of this month taking the data, broken down by content areas, by school, and looking not just trend-wise for regions or the state as a whole, but looking school by school and making recommendations for that menu of services based on, what your school and grade, because it's different at different grade levels, what those strengths and weaknesses are. So we, for the first time since I've been here at the department, have the capability to drill down that deep, and we're thrilled to be able to do that.
That's good.
Thank you.
Dr. Justin, I do want to mention one thing that, so in 2020, in January, when we had those breakout sessions, so what you find is if for the curriculum instruction meetings, literally it was all of the MSTI regional folks looking with that school and what their data said to help them project what their PD needed to be.
Sitting side by side like this, digging
So,
in.
but the question becomes, well, what about the ones that don't come? And so our plan for those next 2 months, and the world shut down, is, and we will do this, we will go to the MSTI regional folks, we'll call those systems and say, hey, we want to come out and meet with you, and if they don't, most are going to say, yes, we'd love it. So we're not going to let that be a barrier. We are going to them, because we know they can't all, they can't all come, so.
What was the weakest area?
Yeah, there's not one weakest area overall, that would be to the level of specificity that you're talking about. It really is different from district to district. Of course, fractions are always going to be low, but when you even drill into fractions, you start thinking about, well, is it unit fractions, or is it benchmark fractions, or is it partitioning fractions? So we drilling even more specifically into what part of fractions is the weak area.
And then offering more OGAP, I would think, for fractions.
Well, OGAP, and then AMSTI has again, back to the tiers of what level of proficiency are you with, because we don't want to overwhelm people and put them immediately into OGAP if they need to transition through some of these other professional learning opportunities first.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You cannot beat, I'm sorry, I was just like, you can't beat Dr. Ledwell.
No.
She knows her stuff, she's very committed, she spends, how did she put it? I'm gonna go back and find that quote, every day thinking about those children.
Till it
Sorry.
comes out of her eyeball.
Thank you. Great job, great job.
I didn't want to see that.
Board members, Dr. McCarty is gonna have to leave before we get back from lunch, and I know you had a question about the ELA adoption, something about.
I did, and I'm
textbook.
sorry to jump the agenda, but just gotta leave. And I went yesterday to JSU, and thank you so much, whoever, I'm not sure who was in charge of putting out that memo about where all the ELA books are. But I went out there and found them, and so it was, last time was a little different story, but they were mine. Now some of my constituents at different locations have said they couldn't find all of the books that were approved. So we're, I think, looking into that, going to try to make sure that they're out there. Sometimes it's a box that the library just didn't know to put out. I think that's what happened last time. And I'm excited that we have a chance and opportunity to review and pass something that will be the high core, what do they call it? The best comprehensive core programs possible. So I'm very excited about that. I think the committee, the task force, everybody involved did a good job. But one question that seems to come up with LEAs, and I even would go so far as to say, just in order to get clarity on this issue, I would request an AG's opinion on it. And that question is, some of my school systems will say, look, we are able to use state textbook money to adopt textbooks that were never submitted to the textbook committee, because the textbook law says only those that have been submitted and rejected cannot be adopted. And so textbook publishers, being what they are, know that if they're not rejected, they could be bought using state textbook money. And so some of my systems will say, oh, we can do that. Other ones will say, no, you can't. And so I don't know. I'm not a lawyer,
So-
you know, and
they-
so
They
I.
can. It has to go through either the state textbook process and be approved by the state board, or a local board may set up its own review process, and if it goes through that process and the local board adopts it, then they can purchase.
So
you
they
have
can
two.
purchase, but if it's rejected.
If it's rejected at the state level, the local board cannot add it to their list. But if it was never considered at the state level, they can add
So
it to
we
their
don't,
list.
so that's clear, so everybody knows that, so, because
Well,
right
it's
now there's
concerning.
confusion.
You said
out
that some
there.
people may not, but I don't think there's any confusion at this level. Nobody's called me
So
about it.
does that happen frequently, that an LEA will adopt a textbook that was never vetted and approved by a textbook committee?
The state.
It doesn't.
Right,
By the state.
right,
yes.
by the state
The
textbook.
local textbook committee.
Right, right.
I've had
Local
those
textbook
approved.
committee can.
I've had-
And use state funds
And
for it?
use local
Yes.
funds to purchase.
Use-
Okay, no, I'm talking state funds, because that's their issue. It's not, they know they can use local funds for whatever. But state textbook money, you know, money that's been allocated to buy textbooks from the state, that's the issue. Because that seems to be where it's confusing, and I'm like, okay, I don't know the answer to that, so maybe we need an AG's opinion.
That's the answer, because when they wrote the rewrite, it was just a couple of years ago, when, what, 5, 6 years ago, maybe
Yeah,
5 to 10.
prior to my,
Yeah, it was about 5, maybe 5 to 10 years ago. It's pretty recent when they rewrote it. That was one thing that it's one of those oops moments.
They got in there.
Yeah, and they didn't think through the wording, and when they sent it to legislative, resource, I mean, it was just one of those things where the wording, the
Well,
legal
and
part
to
of
your
it.
point earlier about we need to get involved in our legislative action plan, right, for education
We need
policy.
to be leading it.
And so if the session starts in January, we're
late.
late,
We're late.
you know, and so I'm thinking, okay, if the textbook, and last time we talked about the textbook law, if this is a loophole in the textbook law that needs to be closed,
It does.
then we need to come together, and I don't know if we do a special called meeting, I don't know what we do, but somehow we need, and that's just one
I'm
topic
on
of
board
many.
having a special meeting.
But something so that we have something ready to go, you know, when the legislative session starts, I would
I
think.
have shared with all of my delegation across District 2 that the textbook law needs to be addressed immediately.
And we need to tell them how to do it.
How
because
to,
they
right, because the
will.
danger is they
Well,
may do it.
They,
in
they
a-
did it, that's what
Yeah.
happened.
I'm not ever gonna step out and speak on behalf of the board. I said, I think it needs to be addressed immediately because I don't wanna ever be perceived as getting ahead of my skis, so to speak. But I think we discussed it last year, and I know that we have a presentation to them and a rewrite, or at least a section of that to be rewritten, and I truly support revisiting that.
Good.
Yeah.
I
this
think
year.
that's on our list then.
Okay.
I didn't know you were behind me.
I know, you know, I know they have other things that they want to address, but I really do think that one piece, if that gets corrected, can make a world of difference for every school system across the board, and it would help them immediately. And I think they expect us to take action that gives them some immediate assistance.
Well, I agree, and what happened with that law is they didn't involve the state school board, and so the person who put it together, the few who worked on it, didn't really know how things worked. They just took the old law and they tweaked it and then they changed it, and the objective was certainly not bad. They wanted to return some of the control to the local level, and they also wanted to ensure that bad textbooks were not out there, so that they could just spend state
And I
money
certainly
however they wanted,
support
but they didn't have
local control, obviously.
Right.
I mean, I used to be there appointing a textbook committee, and I respect their work. I just want them to have the best materials that we can possibly provide for them to select
Yes.
from.
And that was the objective. is
Right,
to get it.
absolutely,
And
right,
Dr. Bennett.
yes.
So, but I think what I'm hearing is that we've got to be us as a group needs to come by how we want this law to be rewritten, to be presented.
And some of the things that I may not see, you'll see.
Right, and that's why we all need to be
So-
together. I agree.
And I know that Jessica sent that out to us last year when we attempted this before, and I certainly supported our efforts there. I just, you know.
I think some of us had like concerns. I think
Yes,
I went back and forth a couple of times,
Right.
and I can't remember what the final version was.
I can
but-
send the most
Well,
updated.
I think
kept
it may have been a
Yeah.
blessing that a
Dropbox,
lot
so
of
I've
what
got
was proposed didn't get approved, because there were some things I think that need to be tweaked, but we could also, as a board, work on that and perfect it even more, and it would come from all of us.
Right.
Instead of just throwing it out there and hope that, and we could look for our own sponsors.
And in line to what you're saying, last year we did that with Dr. Boyd, but I think maybe we can get more specific.
Yeah.
Because we were looking at even how they rated the books. You know, people had concern
Exactly.
about that and what should be rejected.
But Dr.
Okay.
McCarty, one of the aspects of locals being able to adopt textbooks that we didn't reject is that the production cycle and textbooks doesn't coincide with our adoption.
Right.
And one of the things that happens in our delayed adoption cycles is
And we
sometimes,
We can put a
Yeah.
provision
sometimes
in it,
students,
and that's where we need to, we
the
can.
dates of
we see it.
student textbook publications are very old, and we get chastised for that. So the provision that, and I've been involved in local school boards saying they didn't reject it, this is a product that may not have been available to them. And if a local school board, partially in acceptance of local control, looks at this document, looks at this textbook and find it appropriate and compliant with our curriculum, adopts them. That's how I think that philosophy got into the legislature, because I know there was a constituency of local control that wanted to have local options that perhaps the state textbook committee didn't even look at.
Well, I just
For
wanted to
whatever
make sure I understood the law.
Well, they
And
can,
what, because when you get asked different questions, and some are saying, no, it's this way, and some are saying, no, it's that way, I want consistency. And this is the law as it stands right now, but we can make a recommendation as a board that this is a better one, and we would, we support it. And so I was mostly clarity for what we have now, and then if we have problems with it, then we can make recommendations. And y'all, I have to go, I'm
Can
sorry.
you send the
She said
latest
she was gonna
copies
send
of
it out.
the
She said she was gonna do it to you.
And I can send
You
it to
you
Shay.
did ask while you're standing up, oh, sorry. You asked me, does it happen often? It does not happen often that districts do that, except what Dr. Reynolds just said. So sometimes a new textbook will come out. Sometimes we go up to 15 years between adoption cycles.
Well, like social
And so, like social
Okay, so
studies, and so a new one comes out and the local board goes through that process. But it's not very often. Sorry, I wanted to answer the question.
Thank you,
Thanks,
thank you.
Doctor.
Y'all, Merry Christmas.
Now, Jessica
I
was.
was just gonna say, I can send it with, I'll also just highlight the provisions, like what it was intended to address on the concerns that you talked about today, so that y'all can better talk about it.
Well, I feel the LEA should have, autonomy to make the choices. I
It is
I would
your
just
product.
love to see what you have.
Okay. All right, thank you all for letting us, get off the agenda. Okay, yes, we're gonna adjourn for lunch and we will come back at 1:50. Thank you. About 40 minutes. Thank you.
It didn't fit in our cycle.
State Board of Education work session is now called to order. We're gonna continue with board members' questions. Ms. West, I think you have a question.
I did, really, this was, just, it's coming out of the districts.
Okay.
As I'm getting phone calls, and I just wanna know, Dr. Mackey, and you may not be able, you'll be able to answer part of this question and tell me if maybe next year in our goals, we can sort of talk about this, but I'm hearing from parents and teachers that we're really struggling with discipline in the classroom. We're having a lot of discipline issues, and I know that we've had a presentation on teachers, being frustrated and,
Right.
possibly thinking about leaving the profession, and that being one of the issues I believe that they've cited. So I'm really hearing this quite a bit from parents right now. And so I just don't know. I mean, I have a local perspective, and I came from a local district that had a very structured discipline plan. It involved levels of discipline, and it escalated through, and teachers got great support in the classroom.
And like the progressive discipline.
Yes, ma'am, it's a progressive discipline model, and I believe Dr. Terry Jenkins, I know Dr. Terry Jenkins led the board in approving that, and then Dr. Karen Delano carried that through, and then as the district grew, when I first got there, we only had about 4,000 students, and now we're in Auburn City at 9,000 students, so I know that plan's gotten more robust, but from a state perspective, I'd like to know what tools do we have to support discipline plans in every school district that are more robust? And then, is that a framework that we could provide districts to help them be able to? That's okay. Is it a framework that we might author and offer to our districts that might be struggling? I'm really not sure what the right answer is, but it's probably the number 2 issue I'm hearing. And so if I'm hearing about it, I'm sure my fellow board members are hearing about it, and I just would like your leadership in this matter, because I'm really not sure what our options are as a board.
Well, they're somewhat limited, and
Yes.
we will, at the certainly. So every district is required to have a code of conduct. There is a model code of conduct, and it is tiered. And I know Angela's not back with us yet, but Dr. Marilyn Lewis leads that area, and we probably get her to come in and talk about what we do as far as the model. To get a little deeper, what we're hearing mostly, there is a lot there are a lot of discipline problems, but what I'm hearing, which may not be the case, but from at least some superintendents, is they've got their policy, they have their code of conduct. It's that parents are not supporting them when they enforce the code of conduct, and then they end up with parents almost encouraging children to misbehave, whereas obviously we want parents to encourage children to behave.
Right.
So in some ways, that's what I'm hearing is as much a parent issue as anything else. And then there is a mental health aspect, no doubt. But coming back from after the pandemic, seems to be a lot more anxiety build up, and some of that is coming out as behavior problems. So I know those are frustrations. We're hearing those too, and so those are the kind of everyday behaviors. So we're going to come back. We'll come back and talk to you about what we have done. Maybe there are some other things we could do.
Are we supporting school resource officers?
That was going to be my.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I actually was going to throw that in as a piece of my. Just my thought about it. could a policy or support be, more SRO training or more money in that area? I had my children in a district that had an SRO in every building. It was very well received, it was very robust. I know some districts may not embrace that or may not have had good experiences there. But I've inquired about some of the training and that sort of thing, and I just wonder if that might be a piece of the puzzle. So that's all, it's really not a question, just an observation I wanted to bring to the board.
Sure could be, and Dr. Lewis also leads that work. You know, we work with SROs, we have regional school safety specialists, and she's the lead on that too. So what I think we'll do is sometime after the first year, have her come back and talk about what we are doing. They are getting lots more incidences, some of them very serious. I mean, several people, all of y'all don't necessarily see Montgomery TV, some of you do, but I did an interview yesterday, several people mentioned to me today about a gun was found on a campus here in Montgomery yesterday. We've had other guns found in the last few weeks.
One school in Limestone County.
So we've had more incidences of that, and it's not just Alabama. That's happening all across the country. All of a sudden, there's a spate of it. I bragged on our people because the system that we have in place has worked. I mean, we're identifying and getting these guns and getting them, you know, and law enforcement's getting involved, and there's not been an incident. So the system appears to be working. Where I on TV said, you know, the break in the system is that if I'm a parent, these students, 14-year-olds can't own guns legally.
Right.
So if I'm a parent and I have a handgun, I need to make sure my son doesn't take it to school. That's a parent responsibility. So there's some parent responsibility we have to have. But those are really, those are important, but those are very serious, and they're more sporadic. The just misbehavior in the classroom, disrespectful behavior, that's more of what we're hearing. And
yes.
So we'll get with Dr. Lewis and get her to come. She can talk about what all we're doing with both big safety, the training, and the mental health piece, because all of that for us is organizationally we row together. Mental health, student health, and discipline, attendance, it's all together because they're also interrelated. So I think the first thing would be get her to come and talk about what we are doing.
Right.
And then, you know, we're thinking about what we could do. And now let me just specifically say, so SROs that's a complex topic. And let me tell you, one of the reasons why is because we do not encourage schools to employ SROs because it's an insurance, it's an issue. It's an insurance issue. So schools,
a law enforcement agency, but have a cooperative agreement with the school system. That's what I do.
Right. So that's what we encourage, is to work with a law enforcement agency, either a sheriff's department, police department, to provide SROs.
Yes.
Now, we do have some districts that employ their own. Montgomery County is one of them. They employ their own security forces. They don't carry weapons, but that's one of the ways they do it, is they have basically security guards. They're not really guards, but they are. I mean, they fall in that category of security guards at most of their schools, and then at only the high schools, I think the city provides a true SRO. So, and Dr. Lewis, again, when she comes, she works with that SRO organization that does all the training and all constantly. So I think she could help us. She could help lend some light on where we are.
I should think we also would involve with law enforcement agencies, Sheriff's Association, the District Attorney's Association. That's what we do in many of our districts, because we can't be policemen, but we can operate cooperatively. They recognize that issue as we do. And there are levels of disrespect, but there are levels of criminal activity that we need to partner with them. And the legislature, I think, would be more inclined, as Ms. Bell said, from our position as a state board, for us to recognize that those kind of critical incidents in our schools are worthy of our involvement with other coexisting or cooperative agencies to deal with the problem. And if you want to get SRO funding, whether it goes to the Sheriff's Department or the District Attorneys whatever. I think that's available and it's a recognized critical issue in Alabama, if not in the nation.
I really am looking at it more from a, maybe a little different perspective. I absolutely agree with you, but I think it's more of a modeling for our children that I'm talking about. I think in some cases, we've allowed children to misbehave and not have held higher expectations for our children in respecting their teachers and the adults that are with them during the day. And I just have one tiny example. I had and it made me very, very sad. I had someone that I know that is a retired teacher that has been substituting, more like a permanent sub, because this district could not find a teacher to fill the role. And she called me and she said, I just wanted to tell you I had to fill out a report today to share this horrible incident in the classroom, high school level, and the level of profanity and ugly behavior was so unacceptable, and these kids are being left in my classroom. Now, I have zero tolerance for that, and I don't know what from our level, other than saying out loud, have zero tolerance for that. And we can't, because who's suffering are the students that are sitting in the seats
and wanting to learn.
and wanting to learn. And those are actually the parents that I've heard from that called and said, you know, Miss West, in my daughter's class, there are these unfortunately, these kids that are being kept in the classroom, they go to the office, they come right back. So, and that's what triggered me thinking about our progressive discipline that I was used to, and wondering how we can help superintendents and building level leaders be able to model better behavior, because it becomes a work issue if they leave school and go to work and they don't know how to behave. Certain people don't know how to behave in the workplace. So I just want to open that door and leave it with you, and wanted you to know and the board to know that I've been receiving a good bit of feedback from the district, and it's not in any one place.
Mine have been teachers saying that they're having an incident, send them to the office, and before they can fill out the paperwork, kids let us back in the classroom. So that an SRO doesn't, help with that. That needs a strong leader that understands you must value what's going on in the classroom and come up with other ways of keeping that child and find out, is he in there because he's not able to comprehend what the material is, and therefore let me act out so they'll kick me out so none of my friends think I'm stupid. I mean, that is a reality too. But then there's those that just don't need to be in the classroom. And that's the one. Once in a while I get a parent, but it's the teachers frustrated that they can't even fill out the paperwork.
And actually, that's a problem that's been around for a
long
long
time.
time. And
This is not
we
new.
discussed
But it's just getting
early on. Classrooms, is there any way that we can incorporate, and maybe it's already there, with some of the professional development, classroom management? That seems to be a weakness in the colleges of education for the most part. You hear that from the new graduates. But the other is the management at the school level as far as the principals, because I can walk into a school and I can tell immediately what the standards that are in place and what the expectations are for students and anyone else in the school. For example, the profanity, it's a no profanity zone. And they mean what they say. They are very strict, but you can tell when you walk into a school. I'm sure everyone here has been into a school where you can tell where you can see who controls the school, whether it's.
And it's not the kids or the.
Yes.
That's right.
And so is there any way, do we have that, not only in the colleges of education, but do we have that in our leadership training programs like the one at the University of Alabama, the principal academy, or any of those? I would assume we have.
I was about to say, Ms. Bell, in the schools of education, when those young people graduate and get into a school as a
Yes.
teacher, if they're having problems,
the college or the university has to work with that,
Right, it's
that
in the
person for
law.
at least 3 years,
It's one of the
if it's
things
classroom management.
that we
Yes.
added back in 1995, but
Right,
if we can eliminate the need for that kind of follow-up and
It's
just
not
have the
that
training in the
often, but
beginning.
sometimes it is, because it's more when they're in charge as opposed to someone else being with them.
And not to restate the importance of SROs, but an SRO that's properly trained, if somebody had an incident like you did, and when we cooperated with what the role of an SRO is, that person would have escorted that child to the principal's office. It wouldn't have been walked the hall with a note. And that's why in our area, law enforcement is very concerned about that and are willing to commit. And I think in questioning me, they want to know, and the judges. And the same with our delinquency problem. I think we can, at least at a minimum level, promote the SRO effectively training to deal with more diverse instances than somebody shooting up. And it's amazing what a police officer walking the hall when they're running around makes it. In our culture, they're still respected.
I think Dr. Lewis could absolutely, she can help with that. Yeah, we do have that professional development, and we do. She does a lot of it. In fact, some days, she's on the road in school so much, some days most days I can't find her if I do need her. But that's good,
In
she's out.
January, she might be able to come back and.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure in January,
That's
it's not our schedule, but yes, we absolutely have her back. I
Well,
think
one of
that
the
would be a
things-
good starting point at least.
One of the things that we were asked to do during my early days as a board member, and I reflect back, but I think this was a good thing. We were asked to substitute teach in a school in our district. I loved it. And I asked them, I said, you give me the toughest classroom and the toughest, what you think is the toughest school situation, and just let me be the substitute teacher. You tell me what your lesson plan is. And of course, everybody was about twice my height, but they were really sassy. But at the end of the day, it was actually beneficial, probably more for me, because I saw what teachers have to deal with every single day. But I was told that they didn't have to learn the author, about the author. It was an English class, and I said, well, you want to be educated. It's helpful. You can converse with people, and plus your vocabulary, all these reasons that as an English major I tried to share. And then they said, well, I'm going to own my own business, and nobody has to tell me what to do. And I said, well, I don't think your business will last very long, because you have to listen to every single person who walks in that door. Otherwise, you will be a failure. And I said, part of having that business is being able to converse with people. And so at the end of the day, we actually were all buddies, and I happened to see some of them in one of the malls here locally. But it was one of the most, I remember it. It was one of the most beneficial for me, one of the most beneficial experiences. But I learned an awful lot. But I also, of course, learned to appreciate those teachers even more. But I think the students actually, because it was a little special opportunity for both of us, we built a really good relationship in one day, in one class period. But that's one of the things that I wish we could do again. I think we all would.
You better be careful, they'll be hiring us as substitutes.
I know there is a shortage actually.
Y'all can drive a bus.
I don't have my city.
I think I'm busy the next year.
Did you have anything else about the discipline?
Well, you would be ideal.
Okay, yes,
You have all that background.
Dr. Reynolds.
I talked to Dr. Mackey about, and it deals with the amount of monies that are coming in, even though they're temporary, for the SR programs. And many of my constituents want to know how problems are being addressed. So I'd like to know the amounts of money and the SR plans for each school district in my system. So if I see some discrepancies, if you can't deal with it, then I can deal with it as a state elected school board member. But I want that data, because there's a perception that we control that money, and maybe we don't. Or maybe you're reviewing their plans. but I'd like to see, because it's a lot of money, as you said, it's a lot of money. And having been a superintendent, knowing sometimes a lot of money is not always a good thing if you don't spend it correctly, even if it's temporary money. And it's a lot of money. So I like those plans in my district, in my new district, not just in my old district. Please.
Okay.
And some of us may want the same thing.
Are there any more board questions? Okay, well, if not, Dr. Mackey, we're at teacher preparation and certification work group updates.
Yeah, and what I'd like to do, because we have a lot of folks who are in here for the courses of study.
Oh, okay, I'm
Our
aware of that.
text,
I'm
not
sorry.
course of study, textbook presentations, and some of them
Oh,
have been
okay.
here since 9 o'clock, and
Okay,
they
I
want to
didn't
go home.
realize
So
that.
let me get,
That's fine.
that, yeah, 1B is Mr.
Yeah,
Markham.
we'll take
He's
him
staying
home.
to the end no matter what.
Well, that's fine. Yes.
So I can turn it over to, Ms. Martin, who if I,
Oh,
is
thank
it,
you.
is, Dr. Jones here?
Leading that, she's next door.
Okay, I thought she was, and I didn't see her.
She was over there.
So Dr. Carolyn
Yeah,
Jones,
please.
that leads textbook work for us, we'll bring her on over, because
Okay,
she's got
great.
some
I didn't
outside
realize, I
committee
just saw the
people.
word
Yeah.
resolution.
Me too, I didn't.
I just saw the word resolution, I didn't know.
They've got a full presentation for you, and so if you wanna go ahead and turn over to
I will.
7 and 8,
Okay,
And
7
then,
and 8 in our books. It didn't say update. PowerPoint behind 8.
Incidentally, Dr. Mackey,
PowerPoint is behind 8. 7 and 8 in our books.
incidentally, Dr. Mackey,
Number 8.
the data under tab 8, there are individuals who are District 5, Geo Russell's in Athens City. That's not District 5, that's my district. And I saw some of those that are wrong. We need to verify those to be correct.
yes, sir. So those are,
7.
Is that-
those are
Congressional.
congressional districts, yes, sir.
You explain.
That's why there are only 7 of them today, yes, sir.
Okay. So the PowerPoint's behind 8. 8.
Okay,
Just
Dr.
know what I'm
Jones,
saying, okay?
recognize some of these committee members.
Yes,
They were-
Dr.
got to
Jones.
talk to some of them earlier.
We're turning it over to you, Dr. Jones, thank you.
Okay, we didn't know we were up next. We thought we
Sorry,
were
well, you want John.
excited. They have been telling me the whole morning.
Yes, okay.
So,
About that.
Somebody
When I saw
was listening.
resolution, I thought it was resolution that goes.
Sorry, I changed it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. This is our presentation for the English Language Arts textbooks and career and technical education. And we combine these two into one PowerPoint instead of both people doing the PowerPoints for that area, because it's the same thing. So there's no point in one person doing a PowerPoint and then the next person doing the exact same PowerPoint, which is why you see that they are combined. And I guess one of the first things I need to do is introduce my people. I'm Carolyn Jones, I'm the State Textbook Coordinator, and this is Monique Lawrence. Monique is from Jasper City School System. She is Career and Technical Education Chairperson for us today. And then we have Kevin, he said say rebellious, so it's Kevin Bellius and take the re off. So Kevin Bellius is from Mobile County School System. So they are our chairpersons for the committee. And so I'll sort of get us started off a little, but then they're going to pick up. And I think that's pretty much, and we'll get started on that note. I've already said that we have combined the two for, because it's very similar. So the next thing that we're going to talk about is that you should have had a brown packet that you got. I hope everybody got that brown packet. Did you just pass that? Oh, okay, all right. That goes along with our presentation today. So in that packet, you're going to see today's PowerPoint. That's already on the screen. You should have that. You're going to see the publisher's bid categories defined in your packet. You should also have the 2 resolutions to approve the textbook recommendations at the next board work session in January. So you'll have one for ELA and you're going to have one for Career Tech. You should also have copies of the rubrics that were used for both areas by the committee. And you're also going to have the results that we have, and they are in the envelopes and they are labeled confidential. Yes, you should have one for ELA and one for CTE. And I think I need to back up and say, when you hear me say CTE, that's career and technical education, and they're probably gonna use that terminology as well. And then ELA is English Language Arts. So if you hear those, that is what we mean. We're used to saying ELA and CTE, but sometimes people are not certain what that means. So, also next month, we will hopefully, based on the information today and what you received in your packet, we will be looking at you all approving or rejecting our recommendations. So with that note, we're gonna go ahead and start.
All right, good morning again. On the screen and in the packet that you have in front of you, we're just gonna go through. So state textbook law outlines the composition of all our state textbook committees. We must have 23 members. There are 14 members that are recommended by the state superintendent to the State Board of Education for approval. In that group, we have 4 elementary teachers, 4 secondary teachers, and of those 8, 7 must come from the 7 congressional districts. We have our 4 members from the state at large and 2 from higher education. The remaining 9 members are appointed by the governor and are subject to confirmation by the Senate. These 9 members are expected to have experience and or knowledge about the areas that they're assigned to. This is a list. These are the names of the Career and Technical Education Committee. As you can see, we have representation from the 7 congressional districts. We have our statewide, our state at large, and our post-secondary. If you'll notice on the bottom, we have one, we were not able to fill that vacancy for the post-secondary for that slot, that particular slot. Because of the work that was involved in this process, the state identifies 23 members for the state textbook committee, but because of the volume, we added 4 additional members to this committee to help with that work. This is a list of the governor appointees from the governor's office. They submit a list of names to the textbook office. Those appointees are required, again, to have general knowledge of the subject matter area to be considered for textbook adoption. At this time, we would like to recognize and thank the entire Career and Technical Education Committee for their work and the time that they devoted to the textbook review and adoption process. I expected to clap. I'm sorry, I can't. We were to make sure we had a good product for the state, so we worked really hard. Okay, next we have our English Language Arts Committee. So this is a list of the names, again defined by Alabama State Textbook Law. Same as Career and Technical Education, each of the 7 congressional districts are represented statewide and state at large, as well as post-secondary. As mentioned with Career and Technical Education, because of the volume of the work that was required to complete this task, additional members were added, but as long as, of course, we had our minimum 23, but there were 14 additional people added to this particular committee. This is a list of the English Language Arts Committee appointed by the governor's office. These appointees as well are required to have a general knowledge of the subject area to be considered for the textbook adoption. At this time, we'd like to recognize and thank the entire English Language Arts Textbook Committee for their work and their time devoted to the textbook review and adoption process.
Okay. At this time, I want to just briefly touch on the steps of the adoption process. And of course, we start with the revision of the Career and Technical Education courses of study, as well as the English Language Arts course of study. The textbook committee cannot start their work until the courses of study are completed and adopted by the board. So those are the first things that we do as part of our process. We follow the courses of study. once that CTE and ELA course of study is approved, then the publishers are sent an RFP for the CTE and the ELA. And that's just a request for bids from the publishers. That is our next step. Nominations are requested for the state textbook committee for both areas. That process is sending out information to our state and county, sorry, I'm getting all confused, just ate and still full. Didn't have time for it to digest before we got started. But anyway, so we do send that out to the superintendents, and we take nominations from the superintendent. They'll send that information back in for us, and then we take that information to meet the guidelines of the law as far as the congressional districts, the number of elementary teachers, secondary teachers, the teachers at large, and all of that. So that is the information that we use to create our committee. And of course, the main purpose is for them to review the textbook and supplemental materials that are submitted by the publishing companies. As mentioned earlier, it is their job to have a selection of material that we feel fits the needs of the state of Alabama. And so that is their charge when they are reviewing material, is to review the material and not just have one choice, but as many solid choices as possible for school systems to review when they're doing their local adoption processes. We do solicit input from the public. We did that during the process when they were actually reviewing, and that public notice went out on October the 6th, seeking public input. The deadline for that was November the 6th, the next month. So they had 30 days from the public to respond to any information that they felt like they need to respond back to as far as the work that was out there, because they do get to review that at the library sites at that time, during that time, for feedback. And we didn't have any feedback from that particular 30-day notice. Tomorrow, after this work session today and you getting the information, we'll have another 30-day period for the public to review. We also sent that information to the Alabama PTA for distribution to their list of members. So we will have another 30-day period, and perhaps we'll get some questions or comments at that time. We did not the first 30 days when they were reviewing the information. Once the board, go ahead.
Do we know that PTA did send that?
They sent me back an email, yes. They did send me back an email letting me know that they had sent some information out, because they had a question about how were they supposed, the list. So I told them where the list of library sites were, that type of thing. So they did follow up with that.
Okay, great.
But I didn't get anything back from that.
Okay, thank you.
And let's see, what else do we have? I think that's gonna be about it. The committee recommendation to the state board for approval or rejection. Of course, next month, like I said, we're hoping that we're able to move forward with the approval from you all as far as our recommendations, and you have that in your packets that's marked confidential. If you have any questions or concerns, we will address those once you have time to review that information from the committee.
All right, so there were 9 companies to submit bids for the career and technical education clusters for business management and administration, finance, marketing, manufacturing, and work-based learning. For English language arts, there were 12 companies that submitted for bids. The publishers for career and technical education, there you go. And English language arts were permitted to classify and bid their textbooks and materials into 2 categories. So these areas were comprehensive textbook or program and supplemental textbook or program. And for career and technical education, a comprehensive textbook or program is defined as one that meets the standards outlined in the 2021 Alabama Courses of Study for career and technical education clusters: business management and administration, finance, marketing, manufacturing, and work-based learning. For English language arts, a comprehensive textbook or program is defined as one that meets the standards outlined in the 2021 Alabama Courses of Study for English language arts. For career tech and ELA, a supplemental textbook or program is used to support and extend the critical elements of a comprehensive textbook or program. A supplementary textbook or program is not sufficient to be used as the primary resource for a particular grade level or course.
All right, so as we get started, we would like to talk a little later in the presentation about the rubrics, but here we would like to note that previously the board had some concerns about the rubrics that were used previously, and work has been done since then to have a consistent rubric for all subject areas to streamline that process and make it more consistent. Multiple sections of the department worked together to address these concerns, creating a rubric that was ultimately used for both CTE and ELA. At the April 2021 board work session, Mr. Sean Stevens presented an overview of that reviewed rubric, and that's the one we used as we went forward with those reviewing the materials. The committee used a tiered approach that you can see in the picture to identify those materials that exemplified quality, approach quality, or would not represent quality based on their ability to teach the standards. Any material scoring in Tier 3 did not represent quality required by Alabama's criteria for selection and would be considered rejected and recommended for that. These are the same guidelines that were shared with the committee members on the opening day. So we were instructed to review and document all evidence before deciding upon a rating, so that way we gave it adequate and fair review. Consider quantity as well as quality of the evidence. So if we saw that a standard was only mentioned in a few parts, but if it was done well, we would give it a higher rating. Consider evidence of high quality as well as evidence of low quality, meaning in terms that if something was low quality, how could it still be used for the children of Alabama and our teachers in the state? Because it might be of value to certain districts. Do not feel compelled to weigh each indicator and criterion equally. In terms of looking at our standards, whether it's CTE or ELA, some standards obviously have priority over others, so we had to make sure that we considered that when we were evaluating them. And we were told do not consider provided examples to be exhaustive or restrictive. So we were each provided a list of all of the different standards and on what pages that those standards were technically met throughout those books. And we were told that that is not an exhaustive list, so we were allowed to explore the entire programs throughout. And then if evidence was lacking, we were allowed to tag it, and then we could come back to it and examine it within our subcommittees. So that was very helpful. We were allowed for our sources of evidence to be the product itself that was submitted by the different companies. This included the lesson plans, teacher guides, resources, as well as the online components. We were allowed to reference other credible resources that included ed reports, Louisiana Department of Education, which also provided some guidance for how our new rubrics were created. Perceptual data, survey responses and focus group findings, information such as product specifications and reviews, and research findings as well if we had access to research that supported or gave us insight about any one of these programs. The ratings were important for us as committee members to be consistent in how we rated. If something was rated a 4, which was the highest rating we could give it, that meant that it exemplified quality throughout the entire program and would be highly recommended for the educators of Alabama to employ in their classrooms. If it was rated as meeting expectations, that signified that it met the basic expectations that a classroom teacher would have to be able to implement this program and help him or her teach those standards and help the students reach mastery. If it was rated a 2, it had part of what was needed to sufficiently teach the standard. However, some local supplementing would be required. So the teacher might have to pull from his or her own content knowledge or from his or her own resources or other resources provided by the district. If it was a 1, it did not meet quality at all. In those terms, it would not help that teacher taught and instruct in that classroom. And then IE was where we could flag something as insufficient evidence so we could come back and revisit it as a group. Those same markings are used all throughout the rubric.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
If you indicate it's an IE and you went and looked for more evidence, does every IE move out of that category and either receives a 4, 3, 2, or 1?
That's an excellent question. So in terms of if we're going based on standards for a core program, in that case, yes, because in that case, we have to make sure all those standards are taught.
Correct.
If it is a supplemental program, some of the programs in ELA, for example, only taught the writing portion. So in section 3 of the rubric, which we'll cover in just a second, there may be parts of that that weren't addressed by that program. And so if it's not addressed and it's supplemental, then it wouldn't have been intended to address. So we left it as IE, so that way it wouldn't count against or for them in the final scoring.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, this is the review cover sheet for CTE. And I'm going to pull up the one next as well for ELA. The forms are essentially identical except for the very top. You'll see third line down, it says career and technical education. In the other one, it says English language arts. The forms outside of the titling are essentially identical. Each reviewer filled out the title of the program he or she was reviewing, the publisher, the grade level and course that it was would have been assigned to, and then the copyright year because we want to make sure it's within the scope. It also reminded them of Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 and what that represents, because as they're going into the grading, we just wanted to bring that to their forefront. And then at the end of it, each individual committee member would have to sign off and date the day they reviewed and certify that those were their grade. Now on this one, again, same exact sheet for ELA. We just want to show you what the only difference between the two were before we roll through these rubrics. At the beginning of each rubric, there was a page that reminded the reviewers of the guidelines that we covered, where they could go for evidence, and then the rating scale, so that way if he or she ever wanted to go back and get a quick refresher, they could. After that, there were 4 parts to each rubric. The first part, section 1, was considered the non-negotiables, and those were the basic criteria that the publishers had to meet to be considered for adoption within the state. Most of those were already set that they were yeses before we received them, but we still went through that process of double checking.
So here I go again. So
Yes.
if there was a non-negotiable and they're not there, then you wouldn't have to go through the rest of it. It's automatically.
It's an automatic rejection.
Automatic rejection, yes ma'am.
But you
And-
said that is like pre-done for you so that you're not having.
That was the non-negotiable in the packet that went to the publishers, so they knew that up front.
They said it, but you
don't
went back
need
to
to be
make sure they
bidding
did.
if you don't meet our non-negotiables.
Good idea.
Now, I do wanna say, even though, we had that at the beginning of, in the bid packet, I did have some members that found something, that we had to flag, as far as, things that didn't meet our non-negotiable, even though the publisher said that it did, so, they were really on point with that. They even discovered that somebody used the old ELA standards, just, from them going back through, so we really appreciate that, even though we had those non-negotiables and that was up front, we still were able to pinpoint some things that they should not have been submitting.
And in section 1, it was a simple yes or no. Either they did
Either
or
you
they
did or you
didn't.
didn't.
Exactly. Section 2 was the only part of the rubric that truly differed between each subcommittee, because it was based on those individual grades and the standards for that grade. So for 7th grade, we'd see the 7th grade ELA standards, and then they would pull that in when they got into their final evaluation. 8th grade would see 8th grade, and so on. Section 3 was a collection of classroom application, and they did the same thing, 1 to 4. Section 4 was additional criteria for superior quality. Those depended on what program you were actually reviewing, and I'll show you that in just a second. And then the final evaluation score was the very last page, and I'll show you how that was reviewed as well. This is an example of what a section 1 would look like, where they were asked questions. Each committee member had circled yes or no to indicate if it met the non-negotiable. Section 2 was the same for all committee members, but depending on the grade level, we would change it differently. Now, if you notice, it says number of standards and that spot's left blank. Well, in 7th grade ELA, I might have 32 standards, but in 8th grade ELA, I might have 31 standards. So that number would change, so we left that blank so that way the committee members could write in. And next to that, you see number of standards met. If a standard was marked proficient, they would put it in there, and so let's say 47 of them met the standard, but 50 standards were total, they would say 47 divided by 50 and end up with a 92% for the standards met. And then here's the classroom application page. Section 3 for CTE and ELA covers your classroom application of material. At the top, you'll see directives for reviewers using the rubric, and again, they could reference that as they were scoring. Here, the ratings are equivalent to 4 points, so there are a total of 55 indicators, and they had to score each one 1 to 4. That gives them a total of 220 points, and you'll see that in the top left. At the end of reviewing all 55 items, committee members would add them up, put them under points obtained, and divide that by the total points possible to get the percentage of points obtained. And then section 4 for CTE and ELA covers your additional criteria of superior quality. At the top, you will see directives for reviewers using the rubric as well as definitions of the ratings. As with section 3, instead of focusing on the number of standards, section 4 focuses on possible points. Therefore, you would use the same method used for calculations of percentages and points. And again, this is where it might be IE, as in it doesn't address, Yep, so what I would do is I subtract those 4 points from the total. So if only one of them was IE, then I would say 104 out of 104 instead of 108. On the last page, this is where everything was totaled. The reviewer would circle yes or no for the score for the non-negotiables. If there was a section 2 because it was core, then we would put the percentage in there. If it was supplemental, there would not be a section 2, and you would just draw a line through that box. Section 3, you would put the percentage in. Section 4, the percentage. You would add your percentages and divide by the total that you had to get the final score. In there, you would have, then you would indicate whether that final score was tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, and the reviewer was asked to include any comments they had about the program that would explain their decision-making process and how they got there. And then the adoption review process, it seems like so long ago now. September 13th, we came, and the first thing we did was take the oath of office, so that way we could then begin the work in this task. Dr. Jones and Ms. Morton went over the textbook law and the course of study, so that way we were adequately prepared. We decided on a chairperson, a secretary, and our subcommittee assignments. The publisher presentations were the next few days. We did all of those digitally or virtually. Then we went through. And then we did the official review sessions. We came back over several days through the month of October. Like Dr. Jones pointed out, in November, public input began. And then here we are today on December 9th, presenting to you wonderful people to hopefully go with our recommendations. We will then continue through the rest of the timeline, and you guys will vote to adopt our recommendations or not on January 13th. In your packet, this is what you'll find. This is a mock example, so this is not actual representation of what they were scored. But you'll see in there that the grade level is separated by grade level, so you'll see a K through 12, the textbook series, the publishers listed, and then 2 to 3 reviewers who reviewed the programs with their scores, and it will tell you whether it is supplemental or comprehensive, and then any comments from the textbook committee members. All textbook committee members were encouraged to leave comments. Some did not. but we did encourage that they explain or at least indicate why they gave the rating that they did.
So all the comments were included in our packet.
Those that made comments are in the packet. Yes, we did have a few that did not, even though it was suggested that they make comments.
All right, any questions or comments for Dr. Jones?
I do have one, and it's actually from someone who sent me a text message and asked if I would ask the question, and I thought it was a good one. I don't know enough about the background, but I assume as I ask the question, you'll be able to comprehend much better. Okay. It says they're very concerned about the fact that 2 core curriculums, which were vetted and rejected by the task force, which I assume is
Literacy task force.
Yes, literacy task force, are out for review. Also, the 2 which were approved are not there on the list.
Okay, say that again, because
Okay. They're very concerned about the fact that 2 core curriculums, I'm reading as is, which were vetted and rejected by the task force, the literacy task force, are out for review. Also, the 2 which were approved by the literacy task force are not there. I assume that they're not on the list. And I don't know which ones they may be. Do you know?
Well, I think I know part of that. Dr. Jones, you and I may have to tag team this. So what's in this, so I'm a little nervous about the text because what's in here is by law confidential.
Confidential, yes.
I only saw it yesterday afternoon and I've not shared it with a soul on earth.
Not been shared.
I haven't seen it either.
So when she says that there are he or she that says it's not on there, I don't know how they would know that because that's illegal for them to know.
No, I think we're mixing up. That's
Okay.
a different textbook committee. They're talking about the literacy task force.
So they're not talking about textbooks?
It's kind of a combination, yes, they're talking about the curriculum,
The core program.
the 2 coming together.
Okay.
So read that. I'm
Did you,
sorry.
let me just,
Yeah.
I'll paraphrase it perhaps in my understanding of what they're asking, because I'm not real clear myself for obvious reasons. I don't know enough about it I don't serve on the literacy task force, but the fact is that they're concerned because apparently a reading curriculum program recommended by the task force is not on the approved list, perhaps, or the recommended list, or one that was discussed. Did you take input from the literacy task force?
That's gonna do with,
I think, like you said, that information is confidential. You're just getting it. That has not been shared with anybody. But I did receive an email that talked about the library sites that,
That's probably where they got it.
that the material from the literacy task force was not there. I reached out to that company yesterday, and they assured me that it had been sent, but they were resending it because I told them, I said, I've been made aware that they don't have your product there from what, somebody that went there, whatever. I don't know if it was there and they didn't see it or whatever, but the company is resending that, and that is one of the companies that was recommended by the Literacy Task Force. The other company that the Literacy Task Force recommended did not come through the state adoption process, and they could not come through the state adoption process because of a copyright date on their part. So therefore, by this textbook state law, they couldn't come through the state bid process because of the date that was on their material.
so it
And
could
that
be
was my
that
follow-up
whoever
question.
sent the text, he or she, went to a library to look for
Possibly.
that publisher and they couldn't find the publisher. But they're not talking about whether the material was actually reviewed or recommended.
And the question, and this was mentioned, the copyright, that's the 5-year, where you have, and you may want to explain that so that we can explain it. They all probably know it, but I think it is helpful, the more we hear, because this is new.
And the other thing about them saying that they saw material that had been rejected by the Literacy Task Force at the library site, because of the date, the timeline that I have, those companies didn't know that their material had been rejected by the Literacy Task Force. Those scores had not come out, but when my information goes out, I have deadlines. So in order to meet my deadline, they had to go ahead and send their material to the State Department. They also sent it to those library sites, not knowing that they had been rejected. So their products went to the library sites just like anybody else's, but at that time, nobody knew that they had been rejected because of the time frame of when my information was due back into the State Department as well as the library sites. The Literacy Task Force still had not made an announcement about who was recommended and who was rejected. So therefore, you're gonna see that their products went out there, but you know, at this point, it's already out there at the sites, even though we know that the Literacy Task Force rejected it.
And the 5-year, I think it's 5 years. The copyright issue is something that you have,
Actually, our textbook law says it has to be within 3 years, so the material that was submitted through the state bid process had to be 2018 or later. And one of those companies' information, I want to say was 2016, is what I'm thinking it was.
So one of the materials that
from the
Literacy Task Force said this is good material that schools should consider using. But it's too old to be used for this process. Now, we've had a lot of calls. I've had a lot of calls from superintendents because they want to buy that product. They can use ESSER funds to buy. We were very cautious to make sure everybody understood from the beginning, even before this process, that they could buy core reading materials or buy any core materials with ESSER funds. They can use local funds. Obviously they can't use their state funds because that's the way the textbook law is written.
Dr. Mackey, let me ask you this, because it used the earlier discussion. If they didn't meet the deadline for publication date, were they rejected or not reviewed? Because if they were not reviewed, then that goes under the other covenant, that the local textbook committee could review it.
Yes,
so
sir.
technically, are they rejected or not reviewed?
Not reviewed.
So if they're not reviewed, they're not rejected. Therefore, a local textbook committee, according to what you said earlier, could adopt them and use textbook money.
But then that ties the hands of the systems that don't have local funds. So their options are limited.
Now, what we discussed earlier is the textbook law says that materials that were not rejected by the state textbook committee could be bought with local funds if a local textbook committee accepted them. The local textbook committee, if they were not rejected by the state textbook committee, could review them and accept them. That's what our discussion was earlier. That's my understanding. There's a differential between not reviewed and rejected. And I'm saying that they didn't meet the publication date specified in the law. They were just not reviewed. They were not rejected, but they were not reviewed. So I'm asking technically what category they fall in, because that answers, that would provide the opportunity for local textbook committees to look at this material and say, we want it. It didn't meet this technical requirement, but we can use state textbook money because we want to adopt this textbook or this material.
Because it was not reviewed.
Yes.
If it was not reviewed.
If it's rejected, they can't use funds to purchase it.
So
if it was not reviewed, they can't.
If it was not reviewed, there is another form that they should be submitting to us. We have two forms. We have one that states that you're selecting material from the state adopted approved list. That's the form they send into our office with the list of material that they're adopting. If they pick something that's not rejected but not reviewed, there is another form for them to complete that says that they adopted something, their local board adopted something that's not on the state approved list. If that happens, they're supposed to attach a letter from the publishing company with that form stating why they did not come through the state bid process. Because we don't want people to circumvent our process.
Which could simply be because they were not, because of the publication date, they weren't allowed to. And if I understood, and Dr. McCarty's not here, so maybe I'll try to follow up with her and what. But if I understood what she was saying, she had heard from a local school board that had said they didn't want the authority to do that. They did, but but I'm sure there are other school boards that may want to retain that local authority. So I don't know, obviously don't know who she talked to. But you're right, they were not reviewed, so they could be. Now, to make it a little more complex, we believe that there are, well, I know for a fact there's at least one publisher that could not be reviewed because they didn't meet the criteria, but they are, because of the time frame. But they're planning on republishing next year.
That's what I was
And so they could be, so then the Literacy Task Force may want to re-review, and that's another issue of the local board. So there may be other materials in 22 or 23 or 24 that they would say those would be really good, and then the local board can go through that local review process and say, we want to use this material.
I don't believe that the Literacy Task Force rejected that.
They did not. So there is one. So the Literacy Task Force.
We vetted it and it found it, and
Yes.
it found it outstanding,
Yes.
and then it came to fruition about that
That's right.
publishing
So
day.
there are only
And that's
two.
where, and so we end up with two, and then the questionable one was the one with the date, and then they spoke
That's
to the
right.
publisher.
So they could still, because so there were two core reading programs recommended by the Literacy Task Force.
Yes,
One of them was also reviewed by the textbook committee
yes.
and is in your envelope, but I can't tell you if it's green or yellow or red at this point.
That's
You
right.
have an envelope, you can see. But it is in there.
Yes.
The other one is not in there because they did not meet the publication
publishing.
deadline. But as Dr. Reynolds was right, a local school board that says, but that's the one we want to use, can do their own local adoption process. They turn the correct form in to Dr. Jones there saying, we've gone through our own adoption process. We looked at what the Literacy Task Force said, and this is the material we want to use. It gets approved, and they can still use state funds for it.
Well, Dr. Mackey, I guess I have an issue with only having one vendor at this point. I mean, I have a problem with that because they're supposed to follow the law. I mean, and maybe they thought they did. I'm talking about the Literacy Task Force, like
They
making
did.
only 2 recommendations, but not knowing that it had to be published by a certain date. Seems like that would be a pretty important thing
Well,
to know. I mean, I'm not fussing, I'm not fussing, I'm just saying to the locals that only have state money, it looks like they have only one choice.
So the Literacy Task Force was not held to the law. I don't understand what you're saying. So they were not held to the publication day. And to be completely honest, fair about it, many school districts, and I can't give you the exact number, but many school districts were telling us they actually didn't want to wait on this process. They wanted to buy core reading programs months ago, and so they were going to use their ESSER funds to purchase based on the Literacy Task Force recommendation and not even wait on this textbook process.
Okay.
And we're only talking about K-3 reading. Of course, this is a whole ELA packet. But I have also gotten calls from superintendents who they haven't seen what's in this, but they know that there are only 2 recommended by the Literacy Task Force and that one of them could not be reviewed by the committee, so they're assuming that only one of them will be in here. And they are real concerned about having only one option, which is true. I mean, they do, because those 2 laws, the Literacy Act and the textbook law, in this case, they're not conflicting, but they don't exactly overlap. But there is a way for them to purchase the other program if they want to, using state dollars. They just have to have a local textbook committee that does its own vetting. And anybody that wants to know how to do that, and if they don't understand the process, because superintendents change and textbook officers change, we can help them through that process.
I think it's important that we let them know. We may presume there's only one option. There are 2 options. I don't mean to wait for them to ask the question. It's our responsibility to provide them with the most complete information so that they have the broadest options to provide for the children. So given this relationship that we discussed as a board, I assume that I would inform or you will, as state superintendent, the local superintendents, everyone, that even though there's one, the other one was left out for this technical reason, but there's an option if they use their local textbook committee, which I assume they're going to do anyway, that this is not forbidden from adoption, correct?
That is correct.
Can we make sure a memo goes out to that effect?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Regardless of whether or not they ask for it or not, but make sure.
That's what I'm saying. We're not
Send
waiting
us a
on
copy.
anybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Figure it out.
And I just
But-
want to say that the vetting process at the Literacy Task Force was we were very diligent, very careful, because we knew about which we were dealing. We wanted it to be known that and let the publishers know that the state of Alabama, or the Literacy Task Force, wasn't going to take it lightly. If these were the parameters, then they need to be doing the parameters. As you well know, a lot of them publish for a certain state that adopts statewide, and they just sort of make it Alabama-ese, or Virginia-ese or whatever. We want them to know, these are what the state of Alabama wants, and we vetted them that way. Very carefully we did it. So I don't want you to assume that the Literacy Task Force did not take our mission very seriously.
Oh, absolutely. They did a great job with it.
But you didn't limit yourself.
Oh, I know that, but I was just telling
you
everybody
didn't
out
limit
in
yourself.
listening land.
But you didn't limit yourself. You obviously didn't limit yourself to the publication date restriction.
That was because we were not part of the textbook law.
I know,
Yes,
but
that's
I'm
correct.
just saying, I'm
But
not
it
saying
wasn't
why, but you did not limit yourself.
It wasn't
to
in the ALA law either, right?
I think Mr. Stevens wants to shed some light on
Dr.
this.
Mack, I just wanted to give the board the commitment that we took your input in this process prior to, revamping and really taking a hard look at our previous rubrics, but in some of that input that the board provided, we have a whole strategy for the local textbook adoption process in the works so that we're much more transparent, also taking the lead and helping to connect with those LEA leaders who, like Dr. Mackey said, you have so much turnover. We sometimes have a problem with people believe they were told something from a long time ago that someone told. We want to be completely transparent with what the law says, but then also best practices for their selection process locally. So you have our commitment on that when it comes to the local adoption process, and we will be transparent with everything, and that's already part of our strategy for moving forward. And that was based on the input that the board provided us, and you have our commitment to that.
Absolutely, and they did it. Now look, and Literacy Task Force, because I went in some of those meetings, they blow your mind, and this textbook committee have both been extremely serious about and committed to their work. No question about it, or both committees. And Mr. Stevens is right. We completely revamped last year with input from the board. But I would also just remind us all, there are these, like he said, misconceptions. I mean, Dr. McCarty brought one of those this morning. When I was a local superintendent, when Dr. Reynolds was a local superintendent, this process was in place that locals could do. They could submit the other form and say, no, we want a different book, and this is what we've done, and we have our letter from the publisher. I mean, that's been true for decades. But she had local board people who told her, no, that's not allowed anymore. Well, I don't know. We don't know where they got that. But that's the thing, is that people change, and maybe it was the same person who was in charge of textbooks in that county for 20 years. That person left, and the knowledge doesn't always get transferred. So we're always having to re-educate people. But we will do that. I'll commit, as Dr. Chestnut asked, we'll get a memo out. We probably will wait till after January 13th, because first we need to know if y'all are going to approve the recommendations or not. But we will make it clear to them that if they want something else, they can. Now, we have already sent, I know all of you were copied, but you get copied on a lot of things from us. But we've already sent to the districts the two that were vetted by and recommended by the Literacy Task Force. So they already have that information.
That's right.
And they already know that one of those has the publication date that's older, and that's why the locals, you're already getting calls from locals, even though they've not seen what's in here, because they can add 2 and 2 and figure out that only one of those has a possibility of being in here, and one of them doesn't. But that's why, like I said, I've already been talking to superintendents. I know Dr. Davis has gotten calls, and others probably have, about they see this train coming down the track.
Yes.
they want the other material, how do I get it? And we, as they call us, we've been telling them. But to Dr. Chestnut's point, we won't assume that the ones who want to do that will call. We will send out a memo to make it clear to them that they have both options. They have both options with state dollars if they want to utilize that local process. But we don't need to send that out until after this is approved. Now remember, this is the one packet that, this is like the most secretive thing we do, because we're not, what's in here is not supposed to be released, not after today, until the contracts are signed by the governor.
Yes.
And if you'll remember from the math, that was one, we worked through it, the board approved it, and then the state contract process, these don't go through contract review, it's a different process, but they have to go to the vendor first, and they have to sign all of they have to sign it first, and then they mail it back to us. It goes through our process, and then I sign it, and then we send it over to the governor for the last signature. And I know some of you called. We had some that they were being held up but some of the vendors held them for 3 weeks. Prior to last year, the procedure had always been, we don't let any of these be public until every contract is signed. Now, we changed that last year, and as vendors returned them, and then I signed them, and then when the governor signed, as soon as the governor signed them, we made them public. So some of them became public after 6 days, and some were 3 weeks later. We had one vendor that y'all approved, and the vendor never signed the contract and returned it. They just never did. And so they can't, so even though they're on the approved list, they actually, there's no process through which districts can purchase that because the vendor never signed the contract. And we think what happened was they realized not many districts in Alabama were actually going to buy their product, and they didn't think it was actually worth their time. Even though they'd gone through the whole process, they never executed the contract with us. So, and just remind you, we're talking around a lot today. Of course, there's more than just K-3 reading in here, but what's in here is top secret until the governor signs the contracts.
Governor, and since you mentioned the fact, the role you and I had as superintendents with textbook committees, there were years that my textbook committees elected to not consider anything that had not been vetted by the state just because they didn't want to get it more complex. They wanted to keep it defined to what the state had reviewed. So that's why sometimes that's true. And it occurred in my system on social studies. They didn't want to get into some of these issues. If it hadn't been vetted by the state, they were not going to entertain it. So the local textbook committee decided that, and subsequently, sometimes the next textbook committee thought they were bound by those decisions. They're not.
Yes, sir.
And we had,
I have just one quick
Yes.
question.
Yes.
I can't remember. Is there a deadline on which the systems need to declare what book they're going to buy and spend their state money?
April
I don't
15th.
think- April 15th?
April 15th.
Okay.
It's when they're
I couldn't
supposed to
remember.
submit that
Tax day.
information.
How
Tax day.
Oh,
Nobody
okay.
else get it.
Thank you. I don't want to forget that one, but I did.
And Ms. Ziegler,
Tax day.
Oh, I know that. No,
nothing
I was
disparage
just,
you.
I was talking to the outside world and all my
appreciate so much.
literacy task force people out there I was defending.
I appreciate so
You're doing
much
a
their work.
marvelous job.
I just don't want my very small rural districts to feel like they
They're
only have
limited
one
one.
choice.
I agree.
That's true.
I understand some where
You
you're
know,
coming.
it's hard enough to get, for those districts to pull together a committee to approve and review textbooks. I don't wanna put any roadblock, before them in doing their best work locally.
Great.
We will help everybody get high quality material.
Oh, yeah.
I want to say between the literacy task force work that took place upstairs, and these committees, I think it's the best job I've ever seen. Really, and we've been great. They've done really good work, and thank y'all for spending the day with us.
Thank y'all for getting us in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Safe travels.
That's why that provision.
All right, dear.
So we have another group that's with us, because we also have Career Tech Course of Study, and they are also, so I would say we're jumping around, but I know they probably also want to hit the road and go home, so if we could go to number 4 and let them get up here and get started. So our Career Tech Course of Study, folks.
Keep you straight.
Oh yeah, that's good. I understand. I know they've got to get around. Are you coming up to sit with them too?
I probably won't come sit with them because I want them to have the spotlight. But this committee worked extremely hard beginning in January, and this committee never got to meet face to face. So they created structures and they found workarounds and did an absolutely fabulous job. And the state staff, I do feel like I need to mention that the Career Tech state staff, as well as some staff from Ed Tech who provided support for us, was phenomenal. And so the facilitators of these groups are here as well. I do want to mention while we're waiting on our committee to come over. The administrators for
I'm going to interrupt you just because I'm not sure if everybody knows who you are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kathy Jones. Kathy Jones, who works for us, and she is our course of study coordinator and also our math specialist. Lives in Wetumpka, a great educator. And we get them confused because the other lady who's sitting at the corner is Carolyn Jones. They are, so C. Jones and C.A. Jones 01, I think, and I send email that goes to one of them to the other one all the time, and I think I'm not the only one that does that. So that was Carolyn Jones. She does textbooks. Kathy Jones does courses of study. So obviously they hand things off to one another too. So go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
No problem, thank you. I just got up and started talking. I do want to mention that the administrators that were over Career Tech that helped with this process were Ms. Dawn Morrison and Ms. Lisa Bruce, and they are right here beside me, but we're going to let the committee do the work. The facilitators for the individual groups were Brian Upton has retired, and then we have Tessa Brown, who's Transportation, Distribution, and Logistics. And we have Ms. Nikita Dean, who's Information Technology. The committee was huge. Their names are in the acknowledgement pages of the document. And I would be very remiss if I did not mention our special education partners. We had members of the task force from special education, teachers all around the state, who gave input on these standards as well. So their names are listed with the committee and task force for each of the clusters. And so I'm going to let, are your friends going to come up and meet you?
Left you alone? We can get more chairs for you.
We have Miss Jennifer Boyd from Lynette City who chaired this committee for us, and she hopped in on meetings, and I would follow her around, and sometimes I would talk and say, I missed you, and she said, I was there today, I just wasn't in the same room with you. So she was very present for us.
We appreciate your service.
I'm going to let her get started.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Jennifer Boyd, and I'm superintendent of Lynette City Schools, and I'm super excited to be with you today. As chair of the Career and Technical Education Courses Study and Task Force, I am honored to have the opportunity to work with selected teachers and State Department staff members on this important work. This body of work that's presented today consists of nearly 100 courses for which standards have been written for the following clusters: architecture and construction, information technology, and transportation, distribution, and logistics. The diagram shown here is a graphical representation of the mechanics of gears depicted by the 16 CTE career clusters working together harmoniously to assist students with the transition from high school to college and/or the workforce. The committee members spent countless hours researching, deliberating, and discussing these standards with the goal of ensuring that we have excellent standards that will prepare all of our students for college and career. Nearly 50 individuals consisting of teachers, administrators, post-secondary representation, and business and industry partners from all across the state work together to achieve this work. This phenomenal group was able to accomplish this even though we never had an in-person meeting. All of this work was achieved through video conferencing technology as well as virtual learning management platforms. Again, and this is due to the ongoing pandemic. The standards included for each of the courses, they offer rigor and will assist teachers and students for competency and job skill development. To set the stage for our presentation today, I will begin by providing you with just a snapshot of our current statewide employment projections for all CTE clusters and all occupations. Our total statewide employment projection is at 2,151,790 individuals that are employed within the 16 CTE clusters. 759 total occupations, and of that 759, 232 are considered to be high demand, high wage occupations, and that's about 30.5%. The average entry salary is $30,882. The average mean salary is $48,146. And the average experience salary for someone with years on the job is $72,715. The top 10 occupation, the mean earnings for those occupations equals about $137,534. And the total number of annual earnings is projected at $266,548. And of these openings, students coming directly from high school could potentially fill at least some of these positions. And so we know how important career and technical education is. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Chad Bryant and Spencer Stone.
Do you need another chair?
I'm gonna.
I
You
think
gonna step
Dr.
back?
Chestnut left.
I'll step back there, that good.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chad Bryant. I'm the automotive technology instructor at Rebel State Community College in Hamilton, which is in Marion County. I have 15 years of teaching experience and 27 years of experience in field. I'd like to talk to you today about Skills USA, which is a student organization for career technical students. Skills USA offers leadership in many cluster areas, and 3 of those are represented in the course of study review, which are architecture and construction, information technology, transportation, distribution, and logistics. Alabama Skills USA has over 8,000 students across the state engaged in educational and competitive opportunities. Skills USA allows CTE students to demonstrate the skills they have learned in their chosen program and also develops personal, workplace, and leadership skills. I'd like to give one quick story about a young man who came to my program a few years ago. His name is Nathan. He's from a small school, small area, rural area, and I come to find out later that Nathan had lost his father at a young age, and he kind of lived on somewhat of a farm and had several siblings. And the reason he chose my program was because his mom decided, well, if you don't really know what you want to do, maybe you can go to automotive and learn how to fix something. You keep our tractor and our equipment going. So that was kind of his mindset. And so that's just why he was there. And so come time for Skills USA competition, and because I'm an automotive program, we had the opportunity to compete in automotive, diesel, power equipment, and motorcycle. And so as I'm talking to the guys about what their options are, the best thing I could get out of Nathan was that he had rode a dirt bike one time, so he thought he would try a motorcycle. So I'm like, okay, so that's a win. So I'm getting participation. So we do the best we can, prepare for the state contest, and he places first. And so that's the spark that lights the fire. And so in the summer we get ready to go to national competition, and we find out it's pretty much a Harley-Davidson only competition. So we make some connections at Ryder Harley-Davidson in Birmingham. He's willing to drive himself out there every weekend and prepare, job shadow, and he enjoys it. I don't even remember where he placed the first year he went, but he really liked it and made some friends, made some connections at Ryder. And so his second year of the program, I teach a 2-year associate degree program. The second year of the program, he's interested. He wants to see if he can win again at state and do better at nationals, and he does win at state. And so he reconnects at Ryder in Birmingham, and not long before we go, nationals is in June, and the owner's daughter tells him, win, lose, or draw, when you come back, you're gonna graduate college in August. You tell us what dealership you wanna work at. You can pick our Birmingham dealer or our Tuscaloosa dealer. And he actually placed top 10 in the nation and come back, and that was about 5 years ago. And he's still working at T-Town Harley Davidson in Cottondale, and he has worked his way up to the dyno guy. And so if you're mechanically inclined at all or watch the car shows on Sunday or whatever, he's the performance tuning guy. And so there's no doubt in my mind Skills USA gave him this opportunity, and it has definitely made a difference in his career and his life. Spencer for IT Plus.
Thanks, Jay. Is that story not fantastic? I mean, I've heard it 6 times now, every time it's just great. This is fantastic. And then I have to go, and I'm like, I'm such a letdown. My name is Dr. Spencer Stone. I am the director of the Champions Virtual Academy in Alabaster City, and I teach computer science there. I'm here to talk to you about TSA, which is the Technology Student Association. Schools in the IT cluster have to be aligned with one of the two groups, either Skills USA or TSA. TSA is a similar organization with a bigger emphasis on leadership and personal development. And one of the great things we see from TSA is students who get into it and are shy and this and that, and the more time they spend with people who are into the same things they are, you really see them blossom. And it's really been great to see those people grow. And it integrates well with our robotics competitions and things like that. But they compete in different competitions locally and nationally, and those things can all grow to much bigger things, obviously with national positions and things like that. So it's a good chance for us to help not only get them interested in technology, but also help them grow those leadership skills that will help outside of the field. And now we'll turn it over to architecture.
Hi, I'm Scott Larson, and I am the building construction teacher at North Baldwin Center for Technology down in Baldwin County. It's my 12th year teaching. Before that, I was a remodeling contractor, working mostly in Baldwin and Mobile counties on a lot of those old houses in Midtown and down in Fairhope, places like that. This is our conceptual framework, and it illustrates the goal of the 2022 Alabama Course of Study for Architecture and Construction, which is to ensure that all students are provided with the skills and knowledge to thrive in occupations included in this field. This goal can be accomplished through a curriculum based on the sequential and comprehensive standards included in this course of study. The yellow and black stripes indicate the value of safety. The images in the center of the diagram represent both the present and future of the industry. The silhouette of a worker indicates the focus of career and technical education on preparing individuals to meet the occupational demands of a growing economy. The blue and white grid represents traditional blueprints. The crane, tractor bucket, and wrench represent the wide variety of tools used in the field. And the building silhouette represents the end product. The graphic looks to the future of the industry by including the binary code and laptop to indicate the growing role of computers in the field, and we also have solar panels to represent the emerging green energy component of the industry.
I'm Doug Forsythe, Clear High School, Shelby County, teach carpentry program there. This slide represents in the architecture and construction cluster, students choose one of 3 pathways: construction, design and pre-construction, maintenance and operations. Coursework within these 3 pathways leads to a plethora of careers, including the fields of architecture, interior design, industrial design, environmental design, construction management, engineering, technical communication, welding, electrical, utility line work, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, refrigeration, carpentry, cabinet making, masonry, surveying, plumbing, pipe fitting, and many more.
This next slide gives data on employment and salary for this cluster. Architecture and construction account for about 7% of the jobs in Alabama. Of the 87 architecture and construction occupations identified by the Department of Labor, 34 have been labeled as high demand, high wage jobs. And that makes up about 39% of those architecture and construction occupations. While the entry salary does seem low at $28,000 per year, this can vary by occupation and the credentials the worker earns. This cluster also includes many laborers whose entry-level wages bring down the average, but the top occupational earners average $70,000 a year. These occupations are highlighted by construction managers, civil engineers, and architects. And I am not training my students to be laborers. Amen.
Yeah.
All programs on this slide, except the technical design, are in the construction or the operation and maintenance pathways. The technical design program is in the design and pre-construction pathway. Technical design course names and standards have been extensively revised to reflect changes in the industry due to advances in technology and modeling. Carpentry, construction technology, industrial carpentry, cabinet making, and wood technology courses have all been grouped in the construction technology program. Other programs in the construction or the operations and maintenance pathways include electrical, welding, HVAC, plumbing, masonry, and utility line worker programs. When revising these courses, we also kept in mind and tried to align them with ACCS courses as much as possible so students could earn dual enrollment credit or articulate for credit at a later date.
The basic credential for all the programs except technical design is NCCER core curriculum. Each class in this list starts with core curriculum, and students have the opportunity to earn additional credentials as well. For example, NCCER level 1 in each program, construction and skilled trade assessment or CAS, American Welding Society certifications for multiple processes, and Air Conditioning, Heating, and Refrigeration Institute and EPA certifications. Technical design students can earn certifications for proficiency using various design software and the CAS credential. And one other thing I'd like to add, something that I didn't personally do a very good job of, was knowing what the articulated credit could be for my students. And that articulated credit for one of my students, after spending 2.5 years, turned into 12 credit hours at Lawson State. Spent some time speaking with or emailing with the dean from Lawson State, and I think that's something that we can, as career tech and as education, do a much better job of getting communication with the colleges and ourselves. This next slide represents the progression of rigor in a construction technology classes. In Standard 4, the students are describing measuring tools and demonstrating how they're used. As the rigor increases dramatically in Standard 10 of the construction framing course, where the students are calculating rafter length based on building specifications, using those measuring tools and squares to lay out the rafter and cutting the rafter using a circular saw. Students must apply their knowledge to demonstrate mastery of this standard. Now, as these students that are not in the class walk into our shop and ask for different things to get done that they can use in the school themselves, they learn that we can use the Pythagorean theorem and it can help them with math. That's just one of those things, but it's there. We're teaching students, adding on to what they are learning in their other classes.
This slide represents the progression of rigor in the technical design classes. Standard 1 in the technical design communication 1 class, students are explaining requirements for various project types. For Standard 9A in the Technical Design Communications 2 class, students are using design or client criteria to create CAD drawings for a project presentation which is suitable for a professional audience. This requires the ability to synthesize knowledge of building codes, building components, and CAD to complete this capstone project. Rigor increases dramatically from explaining to creating. In all these courses, whenever feasible, we wrote the standards such that the standards were having students apply skills rather than explain or something much simpler. We really wanted students to apply their knowledge to accomplish something.
And in this slide, the electrical fundamentals standard 1C, the students are explaining electrical properties and how they're related. The students will progress to electrical technology, standard 1, using algebraic formulas in conjunction with knowledge of construction, drawings, and electrical codes and components to calculate circuit capacity and loads for a given structure. Are there any questions at this time for architecture and construction?
Are we interacting at all with the Alabama Association of Home Builders in terms of making sure that they're aware of these high standards that we're setting for our students in this program?
I can't remember the gentleman's name that I talk to quite often, but we have conversations typically if we end up at team build or some of our skills functions, usually cross paths and talk, and I know that we get the information as far as scholarships from them every year, and that usually leads to some communication. The articulated credit that the young man got, he ended up with a scholarship from Alabama Home Builders. So.
Sure. So remind me again, how many students roughly do we have participating on the construction side of the house? Not necessarily on the design side.
I couldn't give you an answer to that question.
Okay.
In my school, my class, I see 93 students a day.
Okay. Then the reason I ask that is the number one identified industry of most need in the state of Alabama right now. I mean, yes, we are living through a teacher shortage, absolutely, but we cannot build housing quickly enough. And I actually have clients that are signing contracts that are going to wait 2 years to have a home built. We cannot get skilled, what I call skilled trades, and that is not to diminish that role at all by calling it a skilled trade. That, in my mind, they're the most important part of our team right now in Alabama. So I just say that I ask that number to know the potential hiring pool for our national or our Alabama State home builders to put out there in their materials. We have the potential hiring pool of X thousand students.
I can tell you that on the Home Builders Association, we also appeal to them for expert reviewer
Yes.
folks.
Yes.
So they participate in that.
Good.
In the credential area for 2020, we had 2001 CRIs earned in construction trade.
Right.
That's all raised in D12 basically. But as far as the actual total program numbers,
Enrollment number?
yeah, that would be a different report I would need to look at to
No
pull that
problem.
information.
I'm just interested so I can share the information.
I think the enrollment is good. And we're seeing it begin to increase mostly because we're seeing growth in the number of programs.
Right.
That's as we align our programs better with what the job demands are.
Right.
Naturally, we're going to see programs grow in the areas of construction trade because there's a big need out there. So we're beginning to see more programs go up, so enrollment's naturally going to go up.
Okay. And that number would be a part of the governor's initiative to have 500,000 additional employees in the workforce by 2025. So I thank you so very much because this is really where the opportunities are for our young men and women. And I think that they would love it if they would just give it a try in their local high school. It's a lot. Not only is it, not only are they learning something, but they're actually having a lot of fun doing it, which is what captures our teenagers' hearts and minds, is when they're enjoying their work and it's meaningful.
And
So,
to your question about the home builders, we work closely with Corey Bowling at the Alabama Home Builders Foundation.
oh, good, good.
We work closely with him, and he was part of the Skills USA competitions this year. He was real involved in that and working with Brian on that, and also with our local home builders. They, we have members, the presidents on my advisory committee. We talk regularly. I know for my seniors, they all have a job well before they graduate. If the contractor calls me up in May, says, "Hey, you got anybody to send us?" It's like, no, you need to call me in September, come start seeing the kids, So, same thing with our HVAC program. They're all hired before they get out of school.
Well, I'm hopeful that our business and industry folks are also listening to our educators in the classroom about the type of culture students are used to working around in the high school. Because I think sometimes the students get into the workforce and that culture of support that they've enjoyed in high school may not feel the same in a business, particularly a small family-owned. It may just feel different than that high school feel where they're totally cheered on and they're supported, and when they hit that working world, that's where the rubber meets the road. And recently we had the presentation last month for all the skills that employers are hoping that we will instill in our students as future employees, and obviously we want nothing more than to provide that. So I'm very excited about this course of study, and especially these clusters, because they're really going to benefit not only the student but the state.
We treat our students like employees.
Sure.
They clock in, they clock out, they wear vests as uniforms, they have to wear required PPE when they go in the shop. So it's not a dramatic transition. It's not like you pop them out of science class out there on the construction site. And, we worked in the field. I had my own company, for a long time, so they don't get like trophies for showing up.
Yeah.
They gotta do the work.
Yeah, I got to tour Johnson Outdoors in Eufaula, Alabama, earlier this week, and I could not believe the number of students that I talked to that came right out of high school, and they are working there and loving that environment, and they make those incredible sonar machines that find fish. It's called the Hummingbird, and that whole high-tech building was filled with young people under the age of 25. And they had the radio going, music playing, people were kind of singing while they worked. I was like, who wouldn't love this? And they have 75 job openings and cannot get people in the door to interview and go there, but it was one of the nicest work environments I've ever seen. So shout out to Johnson Outdoors for that commitment. $35 million commitment to Eufaula for that facility. It's incredible. So if you know of anybody near Eufaula, please send them to Barber County. Please send them to Barber County. Thank you, gentlemen.
Presentation.
At this time, as information technology.
As we transition, Ms. West, I'd like to kind of reemphasize the point the gentleman made regarding people calling him for graduates to come work, and he's saying, you have to call me earlier. I've heard that more and more across the state, where business and industry, particularly in the trades,
yes,
they're really intentional about building that relationship with the programs at the high schools and supporting them.
Right.
That they are picking their kids early, they're pulling them, and they're getting them in, they're good kids, and they're getting them in good jobs, and getting them working, because they develop that relationship. So they're good, hardworking kids out there.
Yeah.
But we see with that relationship between the school or the tech center and the business industry is made, that's where real good things can happen.
I wish in K-12 we could track beyond after they're hired to watch where they go.
That's where we get the longitudinal data system coming.
So
Right,
that,
Mr. Moore?
I'd love to know how many stay in Alabama.
We're gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
Blame it on Mr. Moore.
All right, well, Lee and I are here from Information Technology. First off, on behalf of all of us, we'd like to thank y'all for the opportunity to be able to rewrite these standards. It was a pleasure to do, to be around people who love teaching and teaching technology. I will openly admit that there were some heated discussions, but that all came from a place of love and, you know, trying to make a better product. So it was really a great experience, and so thank you all for that. I'm going to first describe the conceptual framework graphic that you see in front of you. Obviously, the outside of the gear has cogs which fit into other gears. And that helps to illustrate the fact that we do not work in a bubble, that our departments work with other departments, and whenever we can bridge those gaps and show the connection between other fields, we do. As we work our way in, each of the cogs has an icon on it. Each of the icons represents either a current or emerging technology in that field. They're left somewhat vague or open because of the emerging and always changing nature of technology. As you see the three colors on the outside, each one of these is one of our pathways. They are cybersecurity and infrastructure, computer science, and information technology, support, and service. And after many discussions, we finally decided that those were the three pathways that encompassed all the things we wanted to do. And their titles were clear enough that, you know, we had to think about these being given to counselors at schools, administrators. So we wanted to be clear, you know, if you're in this pathway, here's what you're teaching. As we work our way into the black, you'll notice that we were sure to mention middle school, career exploration, and high school, because we created courses for both groups. And we all know that as we work our way into the middle schools and start to get students coming from those programs, it will only help our high school programs as well. In the center, in the back, is binary code, which is the basis for all computer languages. That was chosen because it does not force us into a specific language that may one day become outdated. Binary is always the basis. So that's why it's always the foundation of information technology. All right, so there are two fundamental courses, or foundational courses, that students must take, either information technology fundamentals or programming fundamentals. Both of these courses give an overview of the programs. They also are clear on career opportunities in each sector of business. And we try to cultivate skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, organization, and the ability to practice ethical behavior. This last bullet is incredibly important because as teachers, we have to teach people how to think. We always assume that people are born knowing how to think and how to apply things. And one thing I've noticed, especially in programming, is that students always want to jump to the most complicated solution. And there are times I'm like, man, you did so great on this, but you could have done it with half the code. So really showing them, you know, how to apply what you've learned and where to apply it. And also the emphasis on ethical behavior. Technology is a fantastic thing that can take students wherever they want to go, but we need to make sure they understand both the legal and the ethical ramifications of their actions. Okay, this is our salary and data information. Currently, the technology cluster makes up 1.5% of all workers in Alabama. Now, while this number is low percentage-wise, it also sets us up to be one of the largest growth industries in the near future. One of the reasons for that is because information technology does not function only by itself. So no matter what industry you're in, you can employ someone who has experience in information technology. That again goes back to the idea of the gear and all those things fitting together. I know at Thompson we've worked hard on making sure our students understand the interplay between engineering and computer science. We were getting feedback from Auburn and Alabama that their students didn't have a rudimentary understanding of how the other field. So we worked hard to try to get those things moved in sorry, 75% of our occupations are considered high demand, high wage. The entry-level average is $45,000 to $50,000 a year, with the highest numbers being around $84,000 a year. One of the things that we emphasize and that my friend Leanne will talk about is credentialing. Credentialing is important for a number of reasons, but one of the biggest ones for us is that even though we teach in a field that is highly involved in education, we do have some students who do not want to go to college or do not have the ability to go to college, and they can take one of those credentials to a job and show they have that, and the job understands that they have a minimum competency and that they can do the skills for an entry-level job. So, you know, one step past the high school diploma. All right, for our middle school offerings, we created 3 courses. That's Exploring Information Technology Careers, Introduction to Cybersecurity, and Introduction to Programming. You'll notice that these courses align with our pathways. And as I said, these programs in high school will only get better if the 9th graders coming up have a foundation in that program. So you're at least a year ahead, if not further. There are also other courses that we offer middle school, Computer Science Discoveries and CS Makers. These are third-party programs, or third-party curricula that we use as well. So we really tried to expand the middle school offerings to allow them to teach a full course load of computer science course or information technology courses. Okay, here are our course offerings. You'll notice again that we kept the color structure the same. Again, if you read across horizontally, the foundational courses, as I said, are the same. And again, this helps to ensure that students understand all of the job possibilities that are out there, not just the ones in the cluster their school concentrates in. I did want to point out a couple of the courses that we offer. In cybersecurity, we have a class on cloud and virtualization. A lot of movement right now into cloud computing and cloud storage. So this is a huge nationwide, worldwide growing field that we'd like to be a part of. For information support and services, we have a course on maintenance and a course on support services. These things cover not only hardware repair and maintenance and things like that, but also interpersonal skills. If you fix someone's computer but you can't explain to the client what was wrong with it, you know, and we all have IT stories about people who aren't quite as versed in this. So it's important to us to put that in there so, you know, we talk to our kids about how to explain what you're doing, what you need to tell them, what you don't need to tell them, and things like that.
And to be kind to those of us that have nary a
Exactly right. We go for kind to everyone, but kind to customers definitely. And finally, we have our capstone courses. These are the courses that are normally taken by upperclassmen. These courses offer a lot of leeway to schools. And the schools can create courses with these standards that allow them to custom fit for what they need. For instance, at Thompson, we have a course called Capstone. It's called Capstone. But we teach it with the engineering teacher and myself. And it really allows us to do some really interesting projects in there because we have the physical and the computing side of it. And that is really done well for us. We last year, we put a message out to the school systems if any teachers needed adaptive technology. Got the results in, broke the groups up. We finished 5 projects last year. From everything from a automatic cart for a young lady who's paralyzed. We made a device so a young lady could play the ukulele. Had to find out what that looked like first, but we learned together. So really, I really like those final senior classes because they give us enough leeway to really be able to do some I think, you know, at least community changing projects. And now I will turn it over to Leanne.
Thank you, Spencer. Hi, my name is Leanne Pisoni, and I was a cybersecurity teacher at Madison City Schools for 6 years. Currently, I work at UAH at the Center for Cybersecurity Research and Education, and I'm really excited to be able to work on this task force with Spencer and some of the other colleagues. I'm going to talk about on this slide the CRIs that are available in the information technology cluster. These industry credentials or industry certifications are highly sought after in the computing industry, and they can give our students a competitive advantage when it comes to their resume, entry-level positions, internships, and then also post-secondary courses that they choose to take in college. So for example, the IT Fundamentals certification by CompTIA actually allows you, the teacher, to proctor that certification in the classroom with the students, and allows the teacher to get certification to proctor that particular certification. So they actually will, allow the students to be in the classroom when taking that test. So it's not they're not as anxious, and they don't have to go to a separate testing facility. So it allows more students to test and pass that certification, which is one of the foundation certs that they can acquire. And so that way, if they want to pursue other courses in that pathway or in that career field, then they can feel empowered to do so, after taking that foundational certification. So if a student wants to then go to college and pursue a career field in IT, information technology, or even computer science, they can actually go to some of the local colleges in the state, and if those colleges offer those courses that align with those certification objectives, such as the Network Plus or Security Plus, and even the IT Fundamentals, then a lot of times they can get that course credit for having that certification. So if a student leaves high school and they have, one or more certifications, they may also translate into course credit at a local college in the state they choose to go to. It'll also help them get their foot in the door and give them that advantage when it comes to summer internships. Even in high school, I've had many students that have got summer internships with MITRE and some other local cybersecurity corporations in our town. And then, when they get to college, they have access to those internships for college students. A lot of them just keep their job that they started in high school, and they just continue on, or they just hire them on part-time until they graduate, and then they have full-time positions.
Can't get rid of them, can they?
Right, already making the big bucks.
They are.
And so if they choose to go into the workforce after high school, these certifications are a great start in getting their foot in the door to entry-level positions, and it gives them an advantage whenever they are going to, have an internship, and then they're moving into a full-time job. Hopefully it gets them an increased salary that they would otherwise not have gotten if they didn't have that certification beforehand. So those are a great way to kind of feed that workforce that we obviously need more qualified people in. So I know cybersecurity is a big industry that needs a lot more qualified people to fill those open positions. So I'm going to go over a couple of courses per pathway to kind of give you an idea about what we've been working on. So IT Fundamentals is one of our foundational courses, as Spencer mentioned. It's a prerequisite for majority of the courses that we have in our pathways. And then the computer maintenance and troubleshooting is going to be also in our information technology support and services pathway, which these two courses are in. And so in IT Fundamentals, you start out with basic, kind of like the 5 main parts of computing. You have security, networking, programming, and hardware and software. And so this foundational course will kind of give them an opportunity to kind of explore all those main parts of computing so they can decide which direction they want to go in and what they want to specialize in. So we're starting with the Standard 22 in the IT fundamentals course, where they're just kind of explaining methods to secure various electronic devices on the network. And then if you notice, once they get to computer maintenance and troubleshooting, now they're actually implementing best practices to secure a workstation. So now they are, configuring password policy and doing a little bit of a local account management on the workstation, that kind of thing. Something that some of your IT people here probably do for you, or if you get a device, they've probably already secured the workstation for you. So that's what they're going to be learning and then implementing in the computer maintenance and troubleshooting. So in our cybersecurity infrastructure pathway, we actually have 3 cybersecurity courses, but we have 2 here listed for you. Cybersecurity 1 is going to basically be just a more of an elaborate security focus. So they are learning more about hardening the system, more about code breaking, that kind of thing, encryption, access controls. And then cybersecurity 2 is going more into cryptography and more into maybe like the cyber analyst type assessments that you would do in a security environment. So in the standards that we have here, I chose the standards that have to do with access controls, because access controls such as authentication, authorization, and then auditing, those are going to be across the board in all networks, all security assessments, just any cybersecurity class that you're going to, whether it be college or high school. So, and you're definitely going to do that on the job. So I wanted to kind of point out the rigor of how they are learning and being introduced to the access controls in cybersecurity 1. And then in cybersecurity 2, they are taking that knowledge and then taking it a step further. So that way they are learning how to do that in more of a localized network, and then kind of expanding it to more of an enterprise network. And so how can we, on a larger scale, apply access controls? And so in Standard 15 in the Cybersecurity 2 course, they're also learning about kind of the more elaborate parts of encryption, and then how that is also applied to help kind of protect the network and the confidentiality and the integrity and the availability of our data and our network. So in our computer science pathway, we have our foundational course, which is Programming Foundations. This is where the students are going to learn the basics of programming across the board, no matter what programming language they're going to use. And so taking that information that they learn from the basics of programming, then they're going to move into our artificial intelligence course, which we're really excited about, because artificial intelligence is definitely an emerging technology, and you can see it in almost everything now when it comes to technology innovation, like Internet of Things, and you have driverless cars, and there's a lot of machine learning. And so now students can take their knowledge, foundational knowledge from programming, and then see how that can be applied in the real world. And so you're going from learning about algorithms and then how data is represented, and then now moving into the artificial intelligence course, where now you're describing and writing the computer code using that algorithmic knowledge, and then applying that into artificial intelligence processes. And so I think that's going to be a great skill for the students to learn, because there are so many things out there and ideas that people have, projects, when it comes to industry and all that. So especially when you use artificial intelligence in other industries, like you have agriculture, you have manufacturing, all of that stuff. And so I think it's going to be a great skill for the students to learn. So in conclusion, all of the security and all of the skills that they're gonna be learning in our 3 pathways, you know, a lot of it is gonna be what the IT professionals that work here already know. So the students in high school are learning how to do what the IT professionals do here in this building, you know. They're gonna learn how to do that, and so hopefully feed that workforce, because they may be protecting our information one day, our grandkids' information. We wanna make sure that, you know, they have the right skills and the education to do that. And so now we're open for questions. Spencer, hi.
You did it so beautifully.
Did it thorough.
Pass it off to architecture.
I don't know which one of you chose the colors, but I see we used UAH colors and not Thompson colors in this presentation.
I wasn't gonna win that debate, so I didn't even try.
He does,
Yeah.
big
Yeah.
Thompson
He has a
T.
T on, they won last week.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and the tie.
Yes, the tie.
Yeah, actually, that's no fun, the tie.
Were you transportation distribution?
Yes.
And I realized more as he spoke.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Trip Marshall, and I'm the administrator serving at the Brookwood Career Tech Annex located in Brookwood, Alabama, and part of the Tuscaloosa County School System. It is great to be with all of y'all this afternoon. If you look at the conceptual framework for transportation, distribution, and logistics, you can see that the pictures in the center of the gear represent the range of career opportunities available in the manufacturing supply chain, the production of vehicles, the distribution of products and services, and the maintenance and repair of the modes of transportation that support commerce and industry in our state. Looking more closely at it, you can see the intermodal means of transportation. You have land, water, and air. You have a forklift moving a pallet of boxes from one area of a warehouse, probably to a truck, and then you see a car that's up on a jack. Although many of these cluster programs are uniquely different, they maintain a nexus, just as the cogs turn the gears successfully. And to give you all an example, in Brookwood, our logistics program works very closely with our modern manufacturing program because we want our students to be able to know that time is money in the automotive production world. Students need to know just in time and just in sequence, moving one part from one location to another, and the amount of time that they have to get that done. So it's very important that we maintain that nexus and understand it. Chad?
This cluster has 6 programs: automotive service repair, diesel equipment technology, collision repair, aviation technology, flight technology, which is new, and we'll discuss that more later, distribution and logistics. The committee referenced labor market data to influence these program areas. You can see that power equipment is no longer listed as a standalone program because it has been absorbed into existing programs. There's a new program area for flight technology, which now distinguishes between opportunities for flight and aircraft service. The committee is also proud to have established a first-of-its-kind course for Alabama with a commercial transportation course that's meant to prepare students for post-secondary CDL certification.
Okay, employment and salary data located on this slide, you can see that there are over 179,000 positions that are available in TDL. With a need to create another 23,920, or 13.3%, to enter the career cluster each year. 19 of these 62 identified occupations are considered high demand, high wage, and 30.6%, or almost a third of these occupations, have been identified as high demand and high wage. Looking at that, there's transportation, storage, and distribution managers, there's air traffic controllers, and there's logisticians. Transportation, distribution, and logistics cluster occupation account for roughly 8.3% of Alabama jobs and continue to call for higher number of jobs each year. Like many other clusters, credentials and skills can boost annual earnings, but many of these occupations are self-reported wages and thus are not giving justice to the potential for earnings each year. Looking at the next slide, you can see the first three pathways that we have created. And the slide illustrates all of these. You can see in the center or the banner, which is in the bottom of these three courses. These are the courses in the pathway that share the courses that are listed above. I want to give you a quick story about logistics, and specifically looking at that cluster right there. We've been able to get 4 new courses that had, before now, have standards that have been taken from SREB. Now these are independent courses that we no longer, we have created those. These are Alabama courses, and we're proud to have done that. But to say that about the logistics course, I had a former student who was serving at a local restaurant in Tuscaloosa, and I ran into her one night, and she was really down and out about single mom, not being able to make the wages that she needed to make in order to afford the things that she wanted her child to have. Well, at this point, I made a connection with her and said, well, maybe you need to go and look at a specific logistics contract that works with MBUSI Mercedes-Benz and see what you can come up with. Well, a few months later, I was back in their Baumhauers, by the way, and I saw her again, and she was finishing up. That might have actually been her last night, and she was so excited because she had went through the hiring process, non-temp, a real employee, and she was excited because she was going to start a new job, and to the point where she was able to convince her stepfather to take a position with her there, and it was just a simple game changer for the entire family. So making this happen for our students and having an opportunity to show these to our students has been very important. Chad, we'll move on to the next one. Okay, the next or the final programs, as you see in the slide, are diesel technology, flight technology, and aviation technology. The flight technology is a completely new program, but ultimately we have 42 courses representing these 6 programs within the TDL cluster.
These are the credentials offered in transportation, distribution, and logistics, 6 program areas. Automotive, diesel, and collision have student credentials through ASE. And I'd like to quickly explain what ASE is. And so ASE is nonprofit, and there's basically 2 sides to the house of ASE, which means Automotive Service Excellence. ASE has a side of the house that credentials the individual technician in field, but there's also the other half of the house certifies, accredits programs, training programs. Formerly, it was called NATEF, National Automotive Technician Education Foundation. In the last few years, the naming has changed just for brand recognition, so it's now ASE. What is it, Drew? ASE Education Foundation. Thank you. So, understanding what ASE is, from the technician side, I'm a master ASE certified automobile technician, collision repair technician, and diesel technician, and also I teach at a ASE Education Foundation accredited program. So, additionally, I am an ETL, which is an evaluation team leader who has been identified by ASE as having the proper credentials to inspect programs for ASE accreditation. So, all that being said, ASE Education provides tasks and program accreditation, not curriculum. So they're not curriculum based. But in addition to the ASE credentials for the collision students, they also have access to ICAR, which is Inter-Industry Conference on Auto Collision Repair. And ICAR offers curriculum, not program accreditation, so they're more similar to MSSC. MSSC does offer the newest CRIs that were approved last year for logistics, and we anticipate flight and aviation will have recommended CRIs soon with the differentiation of the 2 different specialties. However, this industry does have limitations on certifications due to age and liability.
Okay, moving on into the progression of rigor in these standards. Looking at the left, we see Course 1, or the Introduction to Logistics, and we chose Standard 1 just to give you a basic explanation. Looking at the action verb explain, which is what we're looking at now, that's a Webb's Depth of Knowledge Level 1 standard. action verb. And students are explaining the importance of logistics throughout history. And then you see the examples can go back from East India Trading Company, the Industrial Revolution, World Wars, intermodal transportation, online, marketplaces such as Amazon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is really giving the students an opportunity to trace the historical roots of logistics to determine its importance and the significance of it, which is why we listed those examples. Moving on to the right side, we see our third course, Industry-Specific Logistics Processes, and we chose Standard 25. And we chose a level 3 depth of knowledge verb, simulate, as it requires students to execute the loading process for a given scenario, including calculating the freight rate or freight weight and volume, identifying the legal restrictions, preparing goods and documentation while evaluating the given method of shipping based on the allocated resources such as tools and loading devices. Again, I'd like to point out that you can see the transition of the rigor from a lower level explanation or explain to a higher level in simulation or simulate. Chad?
So the next progression of rigor standard we want to look at is in the automotive service program. And one thing I want to point out real quick is at the bottom of both of these standards, we have the ASE standard designation. And so I want to quickly explain that just so it kind of makes sense. So the MLR at the bottom of the one on the left is for maintenance and light repair. And so that's basically, you might consider that a technician's assistant, a technician's helper. That's a really entry-level skill set. And in the curriculum that we're proposing, we've identified those as level 1 courses. On the progression of rigor, that second standard, it's from the AST, which is from a level 2 course, and AST is Automotive Service Technician. So we can kind of think of that as a higher level to the point where that would be an independent technician. There is an additional level called MAST, Master Automotive Service Technician. Generally, those courses are taught at the post-secondary level. And just for quick clarification, back to the left one, the ASA MLR Roman numeral 6A11. The 6 just means it's from the electrical section. A means it's from the general portion of that electrical content. And 11 just means it's the 11th task in that list. And then on the other side, AST Roman numeral 4 means it's from steering and suspension. B means it's specifically steering system diagnosis and repair. And then 2 is the second task in that list. And so quickly I want to look at the action verbs for this progression of rigor. In the entry level course, we have identify an electrical system component. And so that is somewhat self-explanatory. The student needs to be able to know what it looks like, know how to find where it's located, and be able to just identify it, locate it. But then in that progression of rigor, in that higher level course, remove and replace. And so I don't want remove and replace to be overlooked as just a simple let's knock it off and beat it back on type of action verb. Because in this specific task, we're looking at remove and replace a steering wheel and time the supplemental restraint clock spring. And so the main thing I want to focus on with this is that's the wiring for the airbag. That's what we're replacing is the wiring for the airbag. So this remove and replace procedure means this student has to understand not only how to identify it and locate it and know where it is and what it looks like, but they need to understand the safety aspects of disarming the airbag, the safety aspects of handling it so they don't discharge it with static electricity. Obviously the correct tools to physically remove it, reinstall it, and potentially any diagnostic and or programming tools to reprogram or relearn this component once it's reinstalled. So this remove and replace is not just a simple verb of knock it off and beat it on. So it's important to understand that there is a very rigorous progression to this.
Could I ask a quick question that I don't want to get too deep, so it can be a quick answer too. But on the while you're on automotive, so I was visiting an automotive center a few weeks ago, one of our career tech centers, and the teachers seem to be doing a great job. But you know, we're talking to him about his students, same as what y'all said. He said all of his students have jobs before they graduate, but his concern is that they're 18 years old. By the time they reach the middle of their career, that most of the vehicles they're working on are probably gonna be electric vehicles and not what he's teaching them. I mean, he's teaching them the other things like airbags, but the engine is gonna be a completely different component. And that, he said he already is getting calls from dealerships in that community wanting people that can work on electric, and he doesn't teach electric vehicles, and he said they don't have anybody that can work on the electric vehicles, and they're only like 3% of the car fleet, and when they become 20% of the car fleet, you know, he's worried about that. Did y'all talk about that? Is that something, because these standards are gonna last long enough that they'll, you know, that'll be more and more an issue. And I just wonder, I don't wanna get, somebody's raising their hand back there, I just wondered if that's something we're talking about.
Hi, I'm Tessa Brown. I'm part of the ALSD family, and so I'm the cluster manager. And so I will just say that we did discuss that, but we also discussed the structure of what a course of study is, and that a course of study is the minimum standards required for a course. And like you said, that is the future. So there was a concern for being forward thinking, but also not locking a program in. Because had we put electric vehicles in there, then that means that a program would be required to teach that. And had they not had, and had they not had the professional development, the tools and the equipment for the students we would have put them in a compromising situation. So we absolutely did. And so that instructor is probably the instructor that's going to receive that professional development and go beyond the written standards of the course of study.
Well, you did a marvelous job. Sorry, and I apologize if I got you off. I just was wondering about that, and I think it's great that you at least talked about it, and I appreciate it very much.
Yes. I do also want to make a comment. These coding at the bottom of those standards will not be in the final document. The committee wanted to keep we can't control what ASE does, but that there was a diligent effort to be sure that everything that students needed for the credential was in the course of study. And so they tracked the ASE there. That will be in their instructional materials that follow the course of study document, but since the course of study is subject to board approval, that we can't control. They may change their numbering system and we might have something that would be incorrect. And we don't want to do that. So in the document that you have, for logistics purpose, for the behind the scenes and keeping track of where all of these standards are, it is still in your document. When the document finally meets board approval, those will be used later, but the posted course of study will not have those ASE numbers on there.
And somewhere along the line, you gotta have somebody to teach people who buy a new car how to operate it. Because I have components in my car. I have a 22 Cadillac. I don't know how to operate about half of it. I mean, it's not self-driving, but it's just, I'm not lying. No, but you're right. It's just,
So there were a lot of things behind the scenes that the committee and the cluster managers did because they were forward thinking for what the teachers would need in their classrooms.
Yeah, I appreciate
And I apologize for interrupting.
No, thank you, Ms. Brown. That's great information.
Dr. Mackey, I might also say that in one of our CTE advisory meetings that we share with Modern Manufacturing and Logistics, it has been brought up multiple times that Mercedes-Benz their forecast is to be fully electric by 2032. And so, not that we're behind, but it'll be here before you know it. So that is certainly something that we are considering.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad y'all are having the conversations. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Driving me
Okay.
around.
Looking at the final progression of rigor in the standards for the two of the courses, aircraft theory of flight and operation, and then flight operations. Standard 4, we have an action verb describe, again a lower level DOK, describing safety precautions to be followed in and around aircraft during maintenance procedures. And you can look over to the flight operations to your right, and you see standard 8, which is perform. The action verb is perform, and that is going to be a much higher DOK verb, which will be a level 4, in which students are actually carrying out a flight procedure in a lab or a simulated workforce environment. And again, it is interesting to note that we do have the describe moving up to the performance. Another thing to note here is that we also considered where our middle schoolers would be in the sense that we want our students to start thinking about considering career and gainful employment opportunities by beginning one of the selected programs. And a lot of these programs, specifically drone technology, may be readily available using augmented or virtual reality.
Last progression of rigor that we want to point out is in the collision program. Again, this one we've reflected the correlation with the ASE standards, since the programs in the state are ASE accredited. And I want to point out the action verbs again. In the standard on the left, we're in a non-structural and damage repair course, and the students to prepare a panel before removing a coating or applying filler. And so the student needs to, again, to prepare for this process, they need to understand what kind of panel it is and what kind of abrasive or a chemical that you're going to use to remove, and that's about the end of it. But then when they move to paint and refinishing, the student's going to apply a primer sealer, and so of course this is after the panel's actually repaired and before paint. And so this simple action verb of apply encompasses a lot of things, and so that student has to understand what has been done before this primer sealer is applied. So what kind of filler may be on there, what kind of material are they applying to? Is some sort of plastic, aluminum, steel? What is it? They have to know what kind of sealer is appropriate for that. They have to understand spray gun volume and pressure, so they apply it in the correct thickness, the correct mill thickness, and they have to understand the correct dry time, and they also have to understand, look in the future and see what's going to be applied on top of this and be sure it's going to be a compatible component too. So the simple verb of apply encompasses a lot of things, and that's a very big step of rigor increase as they continue through this collision program.
All right, we would like to open up any questions that you may all have for Chad and I.
Great.
All of y'all have done super work.
Excuse me, before you all leave, I just want to make an overall statement to the committee about the layout of all of the entities we saw today. I think it's going to be really clear to anyone who has to look at the course of study, because you have the courses, you have the standards, you have the explained, you have the examples, and then when you were talking about the levels from the lower level, those of us in education like hearing about Bloom's taxonomy.
Yes, ma'am.
It lets people know that our young people in the career technical fields are being actually challenged critically in their thanking. So I just applaud all of your work. It's really, really good, and thank you so very much.
Thank you all so much.
Yes, great job.
Learned a lot. Never find my car again.
No, that's fine. So let me go back to
Mr. Markham.
Yeah, Mr. Markham will come up. I'll hit the others real quick. So
Wow, he's coming.
item 3 is a resolution for approval of a program at Jacksonville State. It's been fully vetted, met all the standards. Item 5 is a resolution to appoint 2 members to the School of Fine Arts Board of Trustees. And some of you have not had to vote on those yet. They're different from the charter school appointees. The Fine Arts School law says that when they have seats open, they have 2 seats open, that they must present 3 names to you in order of their preference. So the first one they present is who they want, the second one's the second choice, the third one's the third choice. They have 2 seats open, and what they've done is they've taken seat 1 and seat 2, and they've swapped the 2 names. So you see this name as the first choice, and this name is second choice, and on the other seat, they're exactly opposite. And then the third choice is obviously the person they didn't want. So what we normally do is adopt a resolution that just says we're accepting their first choice. And so you'll see that resolution in there, rather than a ballot like we've done with charter school. Charter school law is different, but with this School of Fine Arts, that's how we've done it in the past. It's just adopt a resolution that says we accept their first choice, and that's who we appoint. So if there are any concerns with that, obviously let me or Ms. Nora know before next month, but that's what we've done. And you'll see their resumes are in there. The two resolutions for kind of honors next month are Gifted Education Month, which actually is in January. Our gifted specialists and the Gifted Alliance, the Association for Gifted Educators, is also going to be here next month. So there will be probably a pretty good representation of folks around that. That'll be at the January meeting. And then we'll do a resolution to proclaim February as Career Tech Month. They'll be present in February. We have several things. Dr. Hull is already working on students coming, and there will be a lot of things going on around Career Tech at the February meeting, but we'll adopt the resolution in January because they want to go ahead and begin publicizing that ahead of time. So as far as guests at the next meeting, like we had the principals today, we probably will have several gifted educators, and that's probably about it. But obviously, big action items in January are you're being asked to adopt the Career Tech course of study for multiple clusters, as just presented to you, and the textbook recommendation for ELA and Career Tech. So I know those are big presentations, so we expect if y'all have got questions, want to have further discussions between now and then, just let us know. But I remind you, what you already know, we're also getting into the holidays. So even though it's a month away, that January meeting's really going to come fast, because I think we come back after the first of the year, and like within 2 days, we'll have to get the packet out to you or something. It's pretty quick. And so we'll already be working on that before really next week we'll be working on it. So because there will be limited days between now and the end of the year when both Miss Nora and Leanne will be here, because they've got days that they've got to use up. So I'm taking advantage of their days when they are both here as much as possible. So with that, the last thing, Mr. Markham, just a quick update from the work that he's doing on teacher certification and preparation.
Well, I don't believe my ratings are gonna be very good here. Maybe design here, let me go with them. I promise you I'm gonna be quick and just give you a brief overview of what we're doing, and we'll come back later and fill in with more specificity of what we're trying to do. But Dr. Mackey has charged us with to deal with an issue that I thought there's been very few days since I've been down here I haven't taken a call from a superintendent or someone talking about the teacher shortage. I know Ms. West mentioned that as well. But we formed a group that's titled the Teacher Preparation and Certification Work Group. It's composed of 27 members, which includes local superintendents, local certification officers, college, university deans, certification officers from the college and university level. We have governor representation by Mr. Nick Moore, and then we have 3 members of the legislature that's part of this panel. We also got our education family, our AEA, ASB, class, SSA, Jim Purcell with AIC, and then of course several people inside the department working internally with Dr. Jane Meyer and her staff, that we've been working on trying to come up with ways to help the teacher shortage and the issues that we're facing. We had our first meeting on December the 1st. I think it was a very productive meeting with a lot of good dialogue. But the downer that came out of that is if I had one takeaway, it was that the problem is much worse than we thought it was. Even going in, 3 years ago, Dr. Mackey asked me to chair a teacher shortage task force at that time, I think is what we called it. We did a year-long meeting, and we presented the board a report in September of 2019, and we thought we had a teacher shortage then. We didn't have a teacher shortage then compared to what we have now, though we never had heard of COVID-19. That was not something that was on our radar. But, as Dr. Purcell, when you got to hear him speak a few weeks ago, the data that he has based on surveys returned from teachers that within the next 5 years, 38% of the teachers that are working now are going to retire. in the next 5 years, 38%. Well, research from going back to our task force, since 2010, we've had a 40% drop in the number of students that are graduating from college with a degree in education. And one of the members of our panel last week, from one of our universities, said in the last 5 years, they've had a 62% drop in the number of students who are entering. Folks, I'm hopeful, but those numbers don't work out. If you've got 38% leaving and that few entering, then you've got a problem. So, and then also coming out of that meeting, we've got a superintendent on the committee said they're working on plans for their high school to go virtual because they don't want to. There's concern that they're physically not going to have enough bodies to offer on-site instruction. Not only with finding how teachers in the classroom, but finding subs. We've got systems around the state that have increased their sub pay from like $75 to $150, and they still can't find subs. They're just not there, and you cannot house school if you don't have people run the school. So that is something that come out of that. And, we've got principals and assistant principals that are having to cover classes. And on one hand, that's good for a short span. I used to do that every so often in Roanoke, but you can't do it every day. That could lead to why some of our additional problems that we're having in schools, because principals need to be running their schools. And if they can't, then they can't. That may be the reason they're sending them right back. There may not be a principal down at the office because the principal's in the classroom. So that may be part of the issue too that we're looking at. So it's just a very serious issue. But as far as the work of the group, the first thing that we did is develop a mission statement. I'm very big on mission statement because when you get a group together, you're bad to go down different trails. So when you start going on different trails, that's not about our mission. That's a great point, but it's not what our mission is. We need to come back to that at another time. But the mission statement that we developed was to explore short and long-term recommendations for educator preparation and certification to increase the number of teacher applicants in our state. We've got to increase the pool so that our LEAs have people to choose from so they can staff their school. Dr. Mackey has challenged us and told us to think outside the box and that everything is on the table. And we've got to think like that. We all got certain things that are these sacred cows that are to us, but everything's got to be on the table. What can we do to help address this problem and also provide quality education? I mean, that's our goal, provide quality education in a safe environment. Some of the recommendations that the group is considering would require board approval, which we'll come back to you with that. Some of it will require legislative approval. We'll have to go the legislative route. And maybe some may be able to do administratively. We'll just have to see as we move forward. Our next meeting will be February the 16th. It's when we will meet the next time. Now, in between that, we're going to take the work that we did that day and work on it internally here. This is going to be a fast moving. This is not a year-long process. We want things that help LEAs when school starts in the fall. We can't be sitting here a year from now with a plan to you. We've got to move quick on this. Just broad-based without getting in the weeds, because I don't really want to go specific things that we're looking at recommendations, because I'm just one member of the committee. But we're looking at certification process and standards. We're looking at alternative certification programs that a lot of states are utilizing to help to deal with their shortages. We're looking for opportunities that we can do inside the department to help this situation, to help with this problem. We're looking at teacher testing requirements, apprenticeships that could lead to certification that some states are utilizing. Is that something that we can do here in Alabama, and how would it look, and how would we work on that? We're looking at possible incentives to entice retired teachers come out of retirement for a short span to help us get over this situation we're in now until we get others coming down the pipeline. Looking at ways to maybe attract those teachers who have left the field, that didn't retire, they just left, that have a certificate. How can we get them back and make that as seamless as possible to get them back? I don't think we've had a meeting yet that Dr. Meyer has not made this point, and she's 100% correct. As we do this, we've also got to look at retention, because that helps with teacher applicants if we can keep teachers that we got. And look, what can we do to improve the culture and the environment in the classroom? Because every teacher we keep, that's one less we have to replace. So that's something. I'll tell you right up front that there's no silver bullets. This is going to have to be a multifaceted approach, that we're going to try a lot of things. and to help systems. It concerns me that I see cannibalism taking place in our schools. It really hurts us, Roanoke, and places where I'm from, when you're off the beaten path a little bit. We used to live off those teachers that graduated at Auburn. They couldn't get a job in Auburn or Opelika, but they'd come 45 minutes to Roanoke because they wanted to stay in Auburn. Well, we can't get those now because Opelika and Auburn need them. And so if we get good teachers, there's a good chance somebody's going to come get them from us. I mean, I never thought I'd live to see this day, but a week before we started school, maybe in Roanoke, we had a PE teacher leave us and go to Opelika. We could not fill a high school PE job in Roanoke, and they filled it last week. They stole someone from Elmore County. That's how they filled it. And so between then till last week, we hadn't had anyone. There was no PE teachers out there. That's the where we are now. In the rural areas, it's even worse. But it's across the board. I dealt yesterday. We got a call from a more affluent system that one of their teachers is leaving in science. They said they had no applicants. Madison City. And so
who she is?
Yeah. So I mean, so here that's them. So it is a statewide problem, but it's not just an Alabama problem. It's a labor problem. It's even Ms. Jones sent me something today to look at. I hadn't had a chance to look at it yet. England. What's England doing with their teacher shortage? So let's look at it. Maybe we can get something there. But I'll close with this. It is a priority of Dr. Mackey. We'll give you two examples of how it's a priority of his. I've heard him personally speak to the student advisory group. A+ has a student group. These are students across the state. And during his meeting with them, he talked to them about going into education. Why do students your age not consider an education? Try and look at it from a student standpoint. And then a couple of weeks later, I sat with him in a conference with the superintendent's teacher advisory team, the top teachers around the state. He brought it up again, the teacher shortage. What can we do? What can we do to help you? And of course, their thing is, let's figure out a way to get paperwork off their desk. That they have to spend too much time doing paperwork, and they want to teach more. What can we do there? Because we got accountability that comes to us that we have to do. But I said all that to say this, and as you know, it is a serious problem. You deal, all of you are very active in your districts. And please, if you have ideas of things you want us to look at as a committee, please bring them.
We need a couple of.
I have an idea. That's my idea right there. We need to have a board, we need to have at least 2 board members.
Couple of 3 board members,
Yeah,
We'd like to have 3 board members that would volunteer. When's that next meeting?
February the 16th.
16th.
Obviously, we can't have a quorum. But
3.
yeah, we need some volunteers that could come. They probably are gonna only meet then, and they're gonna try to do just one more meeting because again, they're trying to move in a hurry. Only looking at certification and preparation. So there are other things out there, obviously, and the other commission or the committee, the task force that Mr. Markham led in 1819, they looked at much wider kind of parameters, but we felt like certification preparation it's so technical. We needed just to look at that piece, and so that's what they're working on. So I'll follow up with him, and let's try to get, if we have 5 volunteers, then I don't know what you'll do, Mr. Markham. You may have to.
Maybe you can rotate off if somebody can't attend. That way we have at least 3 at each meeting. I think that way you can have a backup. But I know what you're talking about because I used to have Randolph County in my district when I was first elected the first time. And it really does. I think of districts like Randolph County and Roanoke City, and I'm thinking, it's going to be much worse than we can even anticipate. And looking at other states, Utah is a good example and New Mexico, they can't find teachers. And you're talking about land mass that's much greater than what we have here. But people just won't move. And even in a place like Utah where you think you find people, they're not there.
I was told that some of our colleges of education have caps, enrollment caps on students that they will take. They make it competitive to get into the College of Education, and they will have a cap. I think that that's detrimental to what we're trying to accomplish. So that's one thing I mentioned. it was brought to my attention. I was not aware of it. It was brought to my attention by a curriculum director.
Dr. Meyer, do you know anything about that? Did you see her back there?
The only cap I know about is that Auburn had one years ago, but that has been gone for quite a while. There is a cap on total enrollment at Auburn University admissions each year. But I'm not aware, if you can find out a specific college or university or any of the others, I'm sure
That,
know about it.
and this is somebody that's pretty recently, but anyway, that the perception is out there
Yeah.
that there are caps on the colleges of education, and it's in the school
Could be their
districts, the
staffing
local
problem.
school districts. So I want to bring that to your attention, because if in fact that is in any college, we need to
I
address that.
haven't heard that, we need to look at that. We don't
Write
need to-
that
Yeah,
That was a question, and then the other is, I know this is way down the road, but I truly would love for our colleges of education to introduce letters training in their curriculum, so that when our elementary teachers graduate, they are already letters trained in the science of reading. I know I'm not a teacher, but a jillion people have already thought of that, but I just wanna put it on the radar now, because I think that would help our LEAs in their hiring pool when they hire a new teacher out of college.
But that would
And I
tie
know-
into that foundational reading course, so we've had to put them too.
Yeah, the science of reading.
Science of reading.
And also they're teaching the university professors in letters. So
Right.
that, yeah, so
Right.
it, the
I
process
realize
is
I don't
beginning.
exactly say it all
But
correctly,
it's
but I
good.
just wanna get it out there, that I think that would help our LEAs when they hire, if the teacher is already trained.
Oh, yeah.
You said
I,
that.
well,
Okay,
usually
I'll
I.
try.
Anyone else have anything?
I'd hire anybody now.
Thank you.
Well, that's,
Is there a reason you selected the 16th, the 9th is the day before an board meeting, and for some of us that travel more to participate, it might be better if you have it the 9th of February, because our board meeting is on the 10th. I don't know if you've considered that. You said February 16th is the day.
I don't think there's nothing magical about that date, that's the date we put out there, but
And would you send, can I get a list of
I do have those.
the 9 ALSD members? Or you're gonna got it? All right.
Yes, I got a list, if you'd like a list of who is the 27 members that I mentioned, I'd be glad to give that to you.
That'd be great.
Well, I'll look at, Dr. Reynolds will look at the date of that.
Thanks a lot.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Hope everybody has a Merry Christmas.
Merry
wonderful
Christmas.
holiday season.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you. You don't get
Great job again.
What's that? He wants something, John.
You got him out already? It's not even 6 o'clock.
Oh, she got hired, but it was right before.